Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, July the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, Green. And somebody, thank you, Torty, and good morning, Nestor. Okay, guys, so Silo, yeah, S-I-L-O. This is an Alzheimer play. And I'm missing my headline news on it. I don't know why IB does that to me. Anyway, it is an Alzheimer's play. SILO up 115%. Low float, of course, 3.5 million in the float. I did forget my name for a second, Jonathan. I don't think I'll ever get used to getting up this early. Anyway, WNW. Actually, this one just showing up. PAPL. PAPL, is it under $1? No, it isn't actually. So this is seen this one a lot. Pineapple Financial, PAPL, another pop over $1. Never really seems to be able to hold that pop. Anyway, there's PAPL popping higher here for some reason. And like on summer, wow. I mean, it is really so. They reported Q3 financial results. We don't have that. We don't have them as an earnings day today. This is, we don't have them as a Canadian company. Yeah, for some reason, yeah, we don't have them as an earnings. So I don't know if they've just decided to release earnings today without telling any. I mean, obviously it's out there, but our supplier does not have them as an earnings play today. Our data supplier. Anyway, it is what it is. PAPL is an earnings play. WNW. So this got as high as 156. Another China stock. I don't see any news on this one. I don't see any news on WNW. Now, William, you've really hit on something here. BAC. So this is an earnings play. BAC is an earnings play. And I know on Monday or even Friday, you talked about these banks that release earnings and they look pretty good in the pre-market and then they kind of give it up. So there's BAC, there's Bank of America. Now, Schwab does not fall into that category. SCHW, it was already giving it up. Okay, so it's not like it had a big pop. Schwab is an earnings play. Pretty big level for to try to hold here. The low is 69.48, and it's right there. Look at that daily low, 69.48, and it's right there. And that low was on May 29th. And when you look left, though, if it can take out that 69.48 area, the next low is on the weekly chart anyway, 66.57. So a couple of dollars underneath that. And that is for Schwab, SCHW. Now there's another earnings play, another bank, CFB. This has been a little bit all over the place. It had a big drop down here, a pop up now. Not very much volume yet, though. They released earnings after hours yesterday. And then this is not a bank. This is another earnings play, guys. ANGO. Not a ton of volume yet, but this is an earnings play. ANGO. A little bit over the 200-day moving average now. Costs, yes, costs on the move here, guys. Costs on the move. Big. Look at this. This meme stock is alive today. Big move here for costs. And I'm looking for news. I don't see any news on it. KOSS. Yeah, 13,000 shares available. Interactive Brokers available to short costs. But you've got to be careful. So look where it got to. It looks like it got to about 10.55 and the high The high of 4 days ago was 1058. Now, if it takes out that 1055, 58 area in a big way, then the next high is 1289 on the daily chart. Now, real was moving down, guys. Something to do with copper. Real was moving down. Narrows their copper guidance downward. It's a pretty big drop for Rio. I mean, that to be down 4% with 1.4 billion in the float, that is a big drop. Now, QS, of course, just had the news last week with Volkswagen. Had a nice little pop up to 896, pulled back a little bit here. So it is sitting right a little bit above last week's high and yesterday's high. I don't really recall seeing this one yesterday. But if it can maintain this area, your next high looking left on the weekly chart is around 966. So about $1 away. Now BDRX, that was up. Let's see how is it holding its gains? Not really. So BDRX got up to 142 or so, and it's right down to 112. Announces phase 2 study of let's see how would I pronounce that? Telimidone in type 1 diabetes, approved by Health Canada. Interesting. This is a UK stock. And this one was from yesterday, actually a few days probably, but AEON. AEON. Take a look at what's happening with it now. Yeah, another one, it popped up to 335. It is right back down to 257. Still up 12%, but not as dramatic as it was before. Going to see why. I don't see any specific news. It started to get going last week. And then when it took out 184 yesterday, that really got it going. All right, GME on the move here, guys. GME is on the move. Big area for it right over here is 2918. 2918. That's on the weekly chart also, 2918. So that is the high of 4 weeks ago, 2918. I don't see anything referencing Kitty or anything like that, but cheap one, guys. PTPI popping here. Cheap one in that it is under $1. Don't see any news on this one. Actually, I do see some news on it. There's your news. All right, guys. Let's see if I can find anything else. PRSO, another low float. Now I don't know what the heck happened here. I doubt there's no way this was unless they did a bunch of reverse splits. Yeah, I don't know what happened here. I don't know. It's I can't believe this stock actually went from 445 down to almost zero. So I'm not sure what happened here, if it was a bunch of reverse splits or let's see, I want to make sure that that is January 1st, 2024. Yeah, don't have any explanation about what was happening with PRSO. But let's see, a pop for PRSO right now after the company issuing preliminary Q2 revenue results above the estimates. So that's the reason for PRSO popping. Well, on the SILO, the next high looking, I mean, it got there though. It did get there. It got up to 258. It got up to 250, a little bit above it actually. See if I can eyeball it. Got up to about 263 pre-market. And the next high looking left on the daily is 257. So it got basically to that to that high in the daily, a little bit above it. So that would be the level to try to get through. Now, if it can get through that, and that is the same on the weekly chart. So let's take a look at a monthly chart. Yeah. So the next high on a monthly chart, not that far away, really, 305. I don't mean not far away from here, but if it took out that 260 area, not that far away. But it's an Alzheimer's play. And I think it was some kind of a licensing deal. Yeah, here we go. Licensing deal for Alzheimer's drug. Set to acquire exclusive licensing from Columbia University. All right, guys, 9:13. Let's take a look at the major sectors. So the market, yeah, we had some economic numbers coming out at 8:30, and obviously the market reacted okay. Yeah, we had retail sales and import/export prices. So at 10 o'clock, we've got business inventories and the housing market index. And then I'll be gone by then. Probably 2:45, we have one of the Fed presidents talking. That'll be Kugler at 2:45. I'll probably be gone by then. So nothing until 10. Okay, guys, let me load the sectors. Okay, interesting. So these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. 90% in red. That means 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what it means. Doesn't mean they're down huge. I mean, the worst one is down 0.66%. Okay, but yeah, so energy is a little bit weak this morning. I don't know what this one is. This probably has no volume whatsoever. QQQQE. 16 chairs. There's the Russell guys, basically IWM. There's gold up a little. All right, so TMUS is down a little bit. I mean, the sector, its sector, communication sector, most of them are up, 75% are up. TMUS is down, T-Mobile, bad volume to start. And technology, EPAM, I didn't see EPAM. Oh, really expensive stock to buy. I haven't seen EPAM in a long time. Really expensive stock, 206 now. So I guess what's jumping out right now is that energy appears to be the weakest sector right now. Doesn't mean it's going to last once the market opens. All right, PJ, your Zap is starting to move. I'm glad you found the humor in what I said. You told me I could do that. I wouldn't have done it unless you had mentioned it. I still have a price alert set in this area here, around 1350 or so. So they had their news yesterday. They received their approval for first customer deliveries in the UK for, I don't know how many different models they've got, but this is their what they call their i300, allowed to be used on public roads. Well, again, if Silo takes out that pre-market high again, it could go on a run. It's Alzheimer's, so obviously it's an eye-catching press release. Anything to do with Alzheimer's will obviously be of interest to most of us. Well, I'll tell you what, Dak, if I can trust you to moderate, I'll let you open the chat at 1 o'clock Eastern time in the morning. Ah, all right, guys. See if anything else is sneaking in here. UMAC. There you go. So if the chat was open, the trading room, I hate calling it a chat room. The trading room, if it was open at 6 a.m. So yeah, so Silo didn't get going till 6:30. So Did Shop have a big move? I don't see Shop anywhere. So, but let's take a look at Shop. Rich is saying that Shop had a big move. You're right. It did have a big move. Nah. See if there's any news on this one. Shopify rallies after the Bank of America turns bullish on revenue growth upside and margin expansion. So that is the reason for Shop's move. Now it's coming, could be, well, there's a couple of things right there. I mean, there's a 200-day moving average, which is at 69.20. So, not quite $2 away. So that's not a major issue, but you do have a high here, 68.04. That and another one here at 66, 67.79. So, it remains to be seen if it can take out those two highs and then maybe challenge that 200-day. Yeah, the room is open at least at 4 a.m. I'm sorry, 7 a.m. Eastern time, at least, but many times earlier. I'm not the one opening it. It's either Chris or William. Yeah, Wolf. Yeah, Wolf is upgrading it. Also, $80 price target for Shopify, Bank of America. The two main ones I see are Wolf and Bank of America in terms of upgrades for Shopify. All right, guys. Okay, IMMR. Let's see if IMMR is okay. Yeah, here's IMMR. This is nice, nice move here now for IMMR. What's the volume like? Yeah, the volume is light right now. It's only 28,000 shares, but you can see it had a nice week, kind of a good week last week. But yesterday, obviously had a good day yesterday, and a continuation now for IMMR. Want to see if it was not an earnings play. See if there's any news on this one. I don't know. Something about, I don't know. I don't know if they bought the stock here or what they did. But anyway, IMMR having a nice move, really nice move. Pretty low float, 29 million in the float. What do they do? Immersion, creation, design, development, and licensing of patented haptic innovations and software. Okay. So had a nice run actually from 947 a few days ago, $13 now. All right, guys, I'm going to get rid of this layout. I'm going to get the, well, no, I'll wait a couple of minutes. 9:25 now. No, I'm going to get rid of this layout and I'll get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. All right, guys, now I just have some rearranging to do on my other monitors. Okay, guys. So yeah, about 4 minutes for this market to open, less than 4 minutes. Now I've gone back to the heat map over here. So that's why there's no information because I have the relative volume in here. So that's why there's no information here. And again, guys, if you have our AI, this is all I would do. Okay. Morning Perfect. Click on new from our toolbar and then pick the middle one that start. We have three that start off with Premium AI. Pick this middle one, Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. This is what you're going to see. Nothing happens until at least 9:40 by design. And in the filter section, I would select none. Okay, we don't actually have to select it. You just have to uncheck anything that is checked to get that to none. I think you should be watching the alerts all day long. And I also want to put in this is a link now for the test drive and the contest that starts on Friday. Contest starts next week. Time is it right now? 9:27. I got a minute here. Don't really know what you're talking about, Dak, but okay. I'm the only one who can do a private. Well, William can too, I guess. But okay, guys. So if you click on the link that I put in there, this is the test drive. Okay, it's going to be $7.77. It starts on Friday, and you can just read it right here. Well, this is the contest. Okay, that starts next Wednesday to Friday, and the actual test drive. What are the dates? And it's $3,000. This winner is $3,000. The heck is it? Why doesn't it say when the test drive? Well, I know the test drive starts on Friday, and I think it goes to the following. Obviously, not the following Monday, but the week after. I don't know why it's not listed here. Maybe I'm just missing it. Anyway, now there's a difference in this contest. You're only going to be able to trade the AI alerts. Doesn't mean you have to take the AI trades right, at the time, but you'll have to find a way to trade the AI alerts. I'm not muted. All right, guys. Yeah, less than a minute. In fact, we're open. There we go. Now, typically, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Now, nothing's happening in here yet because there's no large cap losers yet. There we go. Palantir. First one, guys. Palantir, PLTR. Okay, guys. Wow. QS, just nice pop here. Over $9 now. Over $9. This is not a low float. 364 million in the float. Now, again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. A big level for Silo to try to take out would be that 250, in my opinion. SILO. Well, there's Palantir just getting rocked at the beginning, following a ratings downgrade from Mizuho. I don't know if they have a price target on it, but from 22 to 21. All right, GME is still, there's your big level, in my opinion, for GME, 29.18. I mean, that's still quite a piece away. I'm going to stick an alert there just in case, a little bit above it, just or around it. Because if it does take that out, then your next high is up in the 30s. 33.70 on the weekly chart anyway. Okay, Silo's making market highs, guys, market highs. Not including the pre-market, of course. And our first halt of the day, probably on the way down. No, okay. LCFY, guys. So this was, of course, a crazy one from 3 days ago, got all the way up to around 11:30 or so, 11:23 to be exact. Last 3 days, well, including today, moving down, but halted on the way up now, LCFY. Of course, it's a very low float. Australian stock. I can't remember what the news was. I think they actually did have some news here. I can't remember what it was. Well, let's take a look though. Where could it open? So this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, so there's the halt price, 388. This column here is can show you the potential where it could open. 388. I mean, usually you'll see something not at the halt price, but we'll have to wait and see how this opens. You can see how this changes. Again, when you see a number like 397, doesn't mean it's going to open at 397. This number flits around for the 5 minutes. Typically, these are 5-minute halts if you're not used to this. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:38 plus a second. And the market putting in so far. Now that we had some numbers at 8:30, some economic numbers at 8:30. That was the reaction. And now here we are, first candle, 15-minute candle for the SPY is so far green. All right, guys, now costs. The cost is right back up. Now, remember, in the pre-market, this did get up to 1054 and it pulled all the way back down to 9. Okay. So you got to be really, really careful if you're going to try to trade this. You have to probably have a wide stop and you cannot wander away. And there's probably no news on this. Hmm. Well, here's another wild one, guys. LPA, did it get halted on the way up? Yes, it did. So now this is an extremely wild one. 2 days ago, this did get up to 2451. The next day it was down to 14. This was yesterday. So this was Friday's action. But even on Friday's action, 2451 and a close down here at 18. And again, if you're looking for news on it, probably no news. Just a low float, 2.7 million in the float. That's right. This is at Costa Rica. Oh, this one's taking a hit here. Freeport McMoran, FCX. This is a copper play, I do believe, too. Copper, gold, and moly. Hello. ALLO guys. Didn't see this one in the pre-market. It didn't really have any action in the pre-market. The market's open and it's just popping here. Don't see any news on it. Through the 200-day moving average, 327 or so is the 200-day moving average for ALLO. Now the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 365. Yeah, I don't see any news on it. All right, LCFY resumed and it resumed higher. Now, will it get down below 388? That's a tough spread right now, 401, 419. It just tightened. Wow, look at the SPY, guys. Time is it now? 9:39. So look at the SPY just surging again. There's cost, guys. I think it just took out the pre-market high. Yes, it did. Cost just took out the pre-market high. So if you're in this one, obviously be careful, but the next high looking left, 1289. All right, there's GovX, guys. GOVX, next high looking left on the weekly chart anyway, is 344. It somehow takes that out, 381. All right, guys, well, there's cost. Let's see if it holds 11 anyway. Again, the next high looking left is 1289 on that weekly chart. Little struggle at 11 now. Little struggle at 11 for cost. It breaks over 11. They could get running again. This doesn't look good now for Silo, guys. SILO. This looks like it's, I mean, anything's possible, but let's see where it's pulling back to. Let's see where Silo is pulling back to. So the VWAP is at 218. So it's a little bit below the VWAP. Okay, a little bit below it. VWAP's at 218. So can that kind of hold it? All right. Well, costs teased us over 11. See one more time. Yeah, this doesn't look good now for Silo. I mean, it's underneath the VWAP now, 218. Anything is possible later on, of course, but what I'm going to do is just stick an alert around that VWAP area and see if it gets back over it at least. So just keep an eye on the cost if it can take out 11 again. Look at Fate, guys. Look at Fate Therapeutics here. FATE through the 200-day moving average. No action at all in the pre-market. Lots of volume coming in. Not a low float. In fact, yeah, not a low float at all. Not crazy high, but 111 million in the float to be up 17%. That is a big deal. Trying to see if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any news on Fate, FATE. And if you look left, looks like the next high is around 5, okay, on the weekly chart for Fate. Keep an eye on cost, guys, in case it takes out 11 again in a bigger way. I have an alert set up in this area here, just in case it does it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Fate here. I don't see any news on it whatsoever. Whoa, just give me one moment, please. All right, guys. Where's that tank? Are you in the room? I know you popped in a couple of times last week. Anyway, guys, fate, as fate would have it. Okay, guys. Well, that's why I wait. Look at the cost now. That's exactly why I wait. Boy, can anybody see any news on fate? I mean, it is. I mean, that's a big move with that float. In fact, what I want to do is check that float information. Just give me a moment. I want to check on that fate. I want to see if our float information is correct because that's a big percentage move. Yeah, that's right. It is correct. That's a big move for fate. Hello, Tank. Well, I had to show you. Tank, you're the only one who knows, but they're all-time high now. STN. I'm waiting for 100 US at some point. That'd be awesome. It's well over 100 Canadian, of course, 100 and 118 Canadian now, which is an all-time high. I should retire. But I'm having too much fun still. Wow, look at the LPA now, guys. Just craziness. And this just got halted again. LPA just got halted again. INOD. Now I have INOD. Why did I have INOD here? Okay. So this one actually, yeah, sold off a little bit yesterday. This is basically a lifetime high now for INOD, INOD. Okay. Okay, guys. So ANGO just showed up on the gap continuation or reversal scan, but the issue with it would be this right here. 719 looks like that is kind of the next high looking left. If I can take that out, 752 is the next high. That's on the weekly chart. Yeah, LPA is halted again. Well, LC, I'm not even sure if it gave me an opportunity. I don't know if it went down below 393. I wasn't paying enough attention to it. But LCFY. All right, guys, I nod now. Okay, do I want to take this one? I was trying to get it. I couldn't get my price. Again, all-time high now. I nod all-time high. Shoot. All right. Now this is a gap down and reversal for DJT. Too bad. Well, not too. If you're in this one, great. LCFY. I have a feeling I had an entry. I have a feeling it did get down below 393 or very close to it. Well, the next high looking left is 519. So it's very close to that. Takes that out. And then you have the 200-day moving average to contend with, 571. And then that next high, 629. Anything can happen here. The agony. I nod, guys. Just ran away from me. I was trying to get it in the 2120s. And why do I have an alert for fast? Oh, I see why. Okay, so the next time the weekly chart is 68.95. So it's almost there. I guess if it takes that out, this was an earnings play a couple of days ago. So if it takes that out, it has some room to about 71.60. All right, let's see where oh my gosh. So there's LPA. So it resumed, popped up. Next high is 24.51. And yes, this is true, guys. It did hit $525 on no news back in May. Whoa, the goose, guys. I haven't seen Canada goose in a while. So big down day yesterday. Big down day yesterday. Well, right now for me, this is for entertainment purposes only. I'm just watching to see if it takes out this high. Wow. Not shortable for me, of course, at Interactive Brokers, LPA, but it's probably a darn good thing. Will Silo recover? I don't know if that's a rhetorical question, Parada. I don't know if nobody knows if Silo will recover. Doesn't look good right now, but look at this, guys. 24.51 is that high? There's another one that really didn't do too much in the pre-market. Caribou. CRBU, not a low float, not crazy high, but 86 million in the float. Now I remember this OKLO. Of course, it's part of. I know we talked about this yesterday. Of course, it's one of those in this sector, this new sector, we'll call it fission reactors, portable ones. Kept waiting for it to try to take out 10. Not yesterday, but back here. What is SMR doing today? SMR. All right, guys. Well, there's your LPA. Just took out that high or got up to that high of 2 days ago. What is SMR doing right now? Still pretty good. And how's NNE? Those are kind of the three of them. Now, so NNE giving up a little bit. Did a financing at 20 a few days ago. All right, guys. Now listen, cost has come back. Again, 11 will be if it can hold 11. And it's all about looking left, okay? Because the next high is almost 13 to about 1288, and then of course this high over here, 1158. This is these are on the weekly. These are weekly candles. So my guess is this has been halted now on the way down. LCFY, no, yes, it has been halted on the way down. Can't lose sight of costs. I cannot lose sight of costs. Just teasing right at $11, KOSS. And I'm not telling anybody to take this trade. Wow, it's still yeah, way too volatile. But above 11 and pop right back down. Hmm. All right, guys. Well, moving on then. I'll have my alert. Still have my alert set up in this area here. Did not trigger. So you can see these these AA and Freeport. So this is aluminium, and this is copper and assorted FCX. There you go, guys. Now we got the big halt on the way down for LPA. Okay, so that was fun while it lasted. Hopefully nobody got nailed in this. All right, NMRK, Newmark Group, NMRK. Let's see. They announced yesterday some kind of an offer, extension of exchange or extension of exchange offer for its senior notes. NAAS, guys, NAAS, another one that was so wild, and about 4 days ago got up to 650 or so, pulled all the way back down to 253. Well, for me, I'm waiting for cost to really take out 11, okay? And I have an alert set up in this area right up here. You can see the two highs on the daily chart. No, I'm sorry, right here, 11:15. That doesn't mean I'm going to pile into the trade, absolutely, but I certainly want to know about it if it can take out 11 and try to hang over 11 for as opposed to just popping up and giving it up immediately. But again, this is the way, my style, of course. I'm not trying to tell anybody to do the same thing I do. All right, guys. How did GME end up doing? Yeah, got up to this 28.66, and then that's a big pullback down to 27.75. Pretty big, pretty big pullback. All right, yeah. So Casa, as you say, 10 a.m. had a couple of economic on the calendar anyway. Business inventories and the housing market index. So maybe that's affecting the market right here. All right, guys. Well, I have no shorts available for this one, but this is showing up on the gap down and go. Okay, CYN, but I have no shorts available. It's got room too. 583, the next low looking left. I just don't, but I have no shorts available. Interesting day. By this time yesterday, this was full. This is the gap continuation or reversal scan. So what that is telling me is we're not getting a lot of continuation so far, and in the things that get alerted to me. So Palantir has still a dollar, guys. PLTR still has a dollar to the next low on the weekly chart. 2672 is the next low. Is a little bit choppy. It had that big down candle, and man, I wish there was just more room for some of these things that I'm seeing. So here's SANA. I mean SANA. But again, I look left, and the next high is 734. That's pretty close to that 716, and that is SANA, SANA. All right, now this might give us something here. This CFLT, I recall, I think I traded this one on Friday. CFLT, because you can see if it takes out 26, the next low looking left on the daily chart is down here at 2482. So there is room if it can take out 26. What's the volume like? Pretty good, 3 times normal up to this time of day. Shoot, I was just waiting to see if this ANGO could go. And it was, I clicked on it just a couple of seconds ago and it was still hanging around that 708. This is an earnings play. And the next high looking left, so it's above that, 719. The next high is 752. That is for ANGO. So not a ton of earnings plays that are hitting my scan anyway. Give me one moment, guys. I want to test something here. So I may be wrong, guys. I have to. Give me a moment. I have to talk to somebody within Trade Ideas. Just give me one moment, guys. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm just trying to do a confirmation on this test drive and the contest. So even though it doesn't say that the test drive starts on Friday, it does, but I'm trying to get them to change this ad. I mean, it makes no sense. It just talks about the contest. Anyway, okay, guys. So yeah, I'm looking at the cost now. The cost is really giving it up. So that's probably a nothing. Reddit. How about Reddit right now? RDDT 6869. Shoot, that would have been an interesting one. So I'm going to go over some of my scans. Okay. First, I'm going to talk about my homepage and what you can find, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. So let me get my homepage link in. Okay, guys, sorry. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So you want to take out a subscription? Here is a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. As always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use the promo code that you see in my homepage. This goes a long way to keeping the main room free. Okay, this is a free room. And again, it really helps to keep this room free. If you, when and if you take out a subscription, you use my promo code. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos starting off with a download and install, first startup and login. Scrolling down a little bit here, important introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows, okay? It's a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. What we've tried to do here in these 10 short videos is cover the major aspects of trade ideas, okay? If you're new to trading, Trading 101. Series of videos that you can, all free. You can take a look at these videos, about 38 of them, if you're new to trading. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it right here, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. And, you know, it was rum. What do I have, EVH? Ah, I see, EVH guys. So, yeah, I mean, EVH has got a little bit of room here. It's extended right now. I just was wondering why I had an alert for EVH. I guess taking out this area right here. So the trade of the week was rum, and unfortunately, it went way above the trigger price. Well, it actually 6.95, no 5.95, right? 5.95 was the trigger price, I think. Am I right? At any rate, you'll get the trade of the week before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And here's our user guide. Like any other software program, there's a lot in our user guide. You don't have to learn everything, but absolutely they get getting started. This is a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. I'm running a couple of races right here that you can see. I love putting price alerts on charts. And some of you would like to have your own watch list, symbol list, and here's how you can do it. But again, you don't have to learn everything that's in this user guide. Last, if you're looking for my scans, Christopher, hello. I'm not a Sox player. It's XOX. Some are maybe in the room. So, but I'm not. I don't trade the ETFs at all. But I'm sure some do. If you click on my homepage link and scroll down, here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Now, I don't have the three races up and running. Well, I turned this race, the large cap losers, into a tree map. I can show you how to do that if you really want to. But I do have these two races running right here. There's the halts resumes is over here. I will demonstrate my momentum scan. It's on another monitor, is right here. And the other one I really pay attention to is the gap continuation or reversal scan right here. And I'll go over this also. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, back. Okay, guys. So here are the scans. I'm sorry. Here are the scans. And now, obviously, I don't have all of these up and running. Okay, just want to make sure you understand that. I've just got a lot of scans that I'm sharing in here. You might take a look at some of them. The masters toppers, people who like to see stocks that might be topped out and start to reverse, or excuse me, topped out on the way down and might start to reverse from the bottom. Okay, things like that. You can take a look at them. Do not have them all up and running at the same time. Okay, you'll be absolutely overwhelmed with the number of alerts. Okay, guys, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We are a real-time alert scanner. Now, we do have screening capabilities, a lot of screening programs out there, but where we really, I think, differentiate ourselves is as a real-time alert machine. So if you look at this scan that I call Momentum, it's an alert window. And if I right-click on it and click on Configure, and then click on Summary. So this is the screening aspect, okay? So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. If all these filter values are met, and again, I'm just trying to show you, the idea, the concept behind an alert window. All these filter values have to be met. And if that happens and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we see ANGO. The last time that happened for ANGO was at 10:17. The last alert, here we go, EJHT, 10:22. So that just happened. NBBK just happened. These are all real-time alerts meeting all of these filter requirements. Okay, they're real-time alerts meeting all these filter requirements and making a new high of the day. So if you like the scan, of course you can have it. It's on my homepage, but you can also make adjustments if you don't like exactly the filters that I've got. For instance, you might not like the price range, or maybe there's a filter that you like. You might want to add it. Maybe there's one you don't like in here. You can take it out. Up to you. And I'm not trying to force anybody to use exactly what I use. This just happens to be what I like to see. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course, you can do that. Also, this time I'll click on search. I see that TBLA just got halted and resumed above the halt price. So at the very top here, these are the 2 most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as I scroll down, you can see we have a lot of different real-time alerts, okay? And if I keep scrolling till I get to these icons, these are the filters that we've got, the screeners that we've got, okay? So listen, don't get hung up on how many we've got, okay? You don't have to learn them all. I think that's a common, somebody looking at this for the first time might think, wow, this is way too complicated. How am I supposed to learn them all? Well, the good news is you don't have to. The only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create enough different real-time alerts and all those different filters to satisfy the majority of trading styles out there for our customers, okay? So don't get hung up on how many we've got. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of those filters. Now, that doesn't mean that the rest of these real-time alerts are no good. It just means that for me, for my trading style, that's all I care about. Your trading style might be completely different, and that's why we've got all these options for you. Okay? Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room, okay? So if you have questions, please don't be shy. The only way to see the performance, sort of, if you do a history, okay? There's no website that's going to show you, but I mean, if you right-click and do a history, and you can check yesterday, last week, last 30 days, you'll see all of the AI alerts, okay? The best way to use the AI really though is, you as a watch list. I mean, so for instance, right now, they're all below the alert price. That doesn't mean though that later on in the day, for instance, Fate to me could be one. You never know. There's the alert at 484. I'm stick a price alert up in that area. Later on in the day, it might take it out again. Or maybe you're the type of player Look at that, 468 is the VWAP, so it's a little bit below the VWAP. Sometimes it gives you an opportunity to get the trade at a better price. I'm not just talking to you, EFB, but just in general. So this was a pretty good one. Let me go over this. I'm very surprised there aren't very many alerts today in the gap continuation or reversal scan. This was obviously a pretty good one. The ANGO, an alert at 9:48, 7:11. It is now 7:50. So this is what this one does. Okay, it's called a multi-strategy window, and that's because what you can do with a multi-strategy window is put a bunch of scans, alert windows in your multi-strategy window. So typically this is used for people who don't have a lot of screen space. So you can kind of take your alert windows that you might have and put them all into one screen, one window. Now that's not my issue. I don't have screen space is not an issue for me. But what I like to do sometimes with a multi-strategy window is kind of put together similar strategies or similar alerts or scans. So let me show you what I mean. So if I right click on this and hover over strategies, you see I've got these 4 scans. I have a gap up and go, a gap down and reverse, a gap up and reverse, and a gap down and go. So a gap up and go would mean a stock like ANGO, it gapped up. And then when you got the alert, it was moving higher. It doesn't mean 100%, of course, that the stock is going to just keep going in that direction for the rest of the day. I wish it were that simple. The gap down in reverse, you see, is there one? I guess there's one here. The gap down in reverse would mean a stock that gapped down and then started to reverse. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to keep reversing all day. The gap up in reverse, just the reverse of the gap down in reverse, stock that gapped up and then starts reversing. And then the gap down and go is a stock that gapped down. And then when you got the alert, it kept moving down. Again, doesn't mean these are going to continue in those directions all day long. But when you get the alert, that's the direction they're going. Now it's up to you to figure out, okay, are they moving into a resistance? So for instance, on the gap up and go on the ANGO, you could look left and you'd say, wow, there was no resistance. Okay, there wasn't any chart resistance. So in that regard, this was probably a pretty good one to really keep an eye on. Boy, Alcoa is still weakening, guys. They have earnings tomorrow, actually, tomorrow after the market closes. And right now, some of the bets have been placed ahead of time that earnings are not going to be that great. That doesn't mean that these people who have been selling off doesn't mean they're right. So how Taboola? Okay, wow. So this got all the way up to 420 and then right back down. I'm amazed there were a ton of shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. I have to make sure that's correct for Taboola. I want to make sure it's not a remnant from Alcoa. No, 2.4 million shares available at Interactive Brokers. I'm really surprised. I guess people are still eating burgers, guys. So here's Wendy's having a decent day. WEN having a decent day, up 3%. Pretty big float, 187 million in the float. This one was alerting yesterday, guys. It's HYPR, Hyperfine, and had a not a great day yesterday, but today it's through the 200-day moving average. And when you look left, what sort of room does it have? See, just for me, I just can't take the trade. When I look left for HYPR, I see the next high in the weekly chart is 126. It's way too close. It's at 120 now. Doesn't mean it's going to absolutely stall here, but based on my trading style, I just can't take it. Had the next high been, more up around the 150 mark, it would have been a candidate for me to take the trade, but just couldn't do it. So I see that Shady took Sissy, SISI. What was his? Or no, I guess he didn't take it. Did not trigger, I guess. SISI did not trigger for you, or did it? Well, it's all about now. Where could it? It's down below. Fate is down below that 200-day moving average. You're right, and not the 200-day, but the VWAP. It doesn't look good. It took out the VWAP 465. It's approaching that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. The 200-day moving average is underneath. You have to see if any of those hold. All right, this was a nice one from Shady yesterday, Huma, but sort of selling off today a bit. 725 is the low yesterday for HUMA, and it's now broken down below yesterday's close. A lot of shares available, 500,000 shares at Interactive Brokers are available for Huma to short. And it's underneath the VWAP. 860 is the VWAP, so it's underneath that. The 200-day is 382, so that's way, way below that. Yeah, no, I didn't think so, Shady. Yeah, I didn't think it had triggered for you, SISI. So just for those new, when Shady says something like 107, $1, it means he wants to take Sissy if it hits 107, and he'll put a dollar stop on it. It didn't hit 107. So a question in our YouTube room, drip levels critical. Typically, these are day trading ideas, but anything can turn into a swing trade if you want it to. But these are all stocks that are trading abnormally today. Okay, so if you're into day trading, intraday trading, that's what you want to be able to find, stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay, so so it's got to hit 108 for you to take the trade. Okay. and 99 cents to get out. Okay. Okay. So that's what because yeah, virtually all the stocks that you see here are typically trading abnormally for the day in terms of volume and relative volume. When you look at NKTX, 8.4 times normal volume up to this time of day. Now we do have some swing trading channels. I'm not a big swing trader, okay, but we do have some swing trading channels. But I am not a big swing trader. But like somebody said, look at Novavax, okay, NVAX. No, this was all over the scanners yesterday. You could have said to yourself, well, okay, it closed near the high of the day. Maybe I'll hold some, and I'm not saying this was absolutely going to happen today or even, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, because these Novavax was hitting the scanners, the intraday scanners on these days, all these days. So if I were a swing trader, more of a swing trader, I'd be looking for stocks that close, that trading abnormally maybe for the day that might be just getting going and that close near the high of the day. And then when you look left, they still have enough room to keep running before they hit the next highs. One moment, please. Wow. So Huma actually, okay, so Huma actually turned. Okay, guys, take a look at Reddit here, RDDT. This at one point was a gap down and go. All right, SLRX guys. So this was, a few days ago. This is very active at the 3-day pullback. Yesterday's high 193. Now, if it gets through that 193, 222 is the next high on the daily chart. Not bad, I guess. Lazar. Could fill at 46 and go to 48. Let's take a look at Ozark Bank. OZK. So this is an earnings play tomorrow. Okay, earnings play after hours tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, look, the next high in the weekly chart anyway is 46.72. So in advance of its earnings tomorrow, I guess there's some enthusiasm. Are you kidding me? It came all the way back. LPA came all the way back. Yeah, no kidding. Did it ever come all the way back? Remember, this got up to what, 24, and then it right back down to 19. All right, guys, there's a double NAAS. So the high yesterday was 409. If it takes that out, this has room. Okay, this has some room. If it can take out yesterday's high, 409 is yesterday's high. The high before that, 480. So this has some room. So I will, stick a price alert around that area to see if at some point it does take it out. All right, where could this LPA open? No big clue. I find with the Amex stocks that this happens. We don't have too many Amex stocks that come across the scanner. Not because I'm blocking them, but we just don't see. I guess the Amex stocks aren't that as volatile as the rest of them, but this one certainly is. Whoa, Huma all the way back down, guys. HUMA all the way back down. Interesting. Yeah. Meanwhile, the market. So we had that one red candle, but that's been wiped out now. And there's nothing really happening for the rest of the day in terms of the economic calendar. There is a guy talking, one of the Fed presidents talking at 2:45, but that between now and then, I don't see anything on the economic calendar that can really affect the market. Wow, Huma just absolutely reversed. Okay, let's take a look at this one now. Really reversed, but reversed again. So it's too jumpy for me. All right, so Silo is trying to come back a bit, guys. Now, so Silo trying to come back a bit, and I think so the VWAP is 214, so it's a little bit above the VWAP now. Okay, for Silo. So if you're a kind of a VWAP player, check to see how it's trading around that VWAP. 214 is the VWAP. Steve Gomez loves the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. That's that blue line there. Okay, guys, there it goes. Okay, got to hold the VWAP now. Got to hold that VWAP. It's 214. And again, this is an Alzheimer's news release that happened this morning, announcing a exclusive global license for lead candidate. I'm sorry. I am sorry. This is not Alzheimer's. PTSD. There was one that's Alzheimer's. Which one was that then? I have Silo. I thought it had something to do with Columbia University. I could have sworn. All right, guys. Well, it held the VWAP. Yeah. So here's the new. Here is the news. I don't understand. This has been changed now. Stress-induced affective disorders and PTSD. This is what I'm getting now for Silo with this agreement with Columbia. I'm not going crazy. I know that it said earlier something to do with Alzheimer's. But it doesn't say that now. Ah, son of a. Oh, I made a mistake. I was trying to get out of my position. Just give me a moment. Well, I botched that, guys. I botched that one up in a big, not in a big way, but I thought I'd sold out my position and I only sold out half my position of Silo. And then I got all messed up trying to figure out the news again. Okay, I know what you're saying, but they talk about this SB 15, not SB 14. Okay. Silos. Okay, now they mention Alzheimer's here. Okay, a little bit confusing because before it was front and center. Not going to cheer up. I'm ticked off. So this is what happened, guys. I took this. Remember, the VWAP was 216. I got into this trade right around 225, and when it got up to 245, I was wondering if it would take out 250. Came off 250. I thought I sold my position at 244, and I only sold half of it. And then by the time I looked again, it was like below where I bought it. So anyway, Not a big deal, but okay. Now I'm going to revenge trade. I'm going to take anything. I'm kidding. I am kidding. Okay, guys, here we go. NAAS. Okay, so now let's take a look. This has got room. This has got room to, I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but it does have some room. Okay, it's got room to, what did I say? Almost 480. Well, we have a an SMSI. Sarah, where's Sarah? Is she in the room today? She likes trading this SMCI. I don't know if Sarah's in the room today. She trades it a lot. I mean, she's not, she's not going to tell you to buy it or sell it or whatever, but this is just out of the price range that I trade. Come on. Okay, guys. Well, I basically made it back and more on the NAAS, and I've traded out of it. This time I was able to get out of the position. I'm still looking at holding a little bit of it, but not much. And that's the NAAS. So yeah, well, you want to buy at 800. Well, you got a ways to go, of course. So I don't know. I mean, 800 is down here. 800? You want to buy dip at 800. So that's way down here. That's that low here. Well, if you just put a price alert there and see it, if it, number one, if it happens. Whoops. Okay. Well, I don't have much left, but it just made a new high here, guys. NAAS. I don't have much left, but there's your high over here is 480. I'm always wary about the 50-cent level for stocks under $5. So that's why, well, here it's at sitting at that 50 level. Well, then you may have to wait a while, Christopher. 775 is quite probably not today. 775 now is right there. So that low, excuse me, on the first of July. What do these guys do again? And double AS. Ah, okay. So this is an EV play, EV charging services. So this is oh, in China. Okay. I had no idea. I forgot that this was a China stock. And of course, the float is low, 4 million in the float. 4 million, 2 million. It's low. Okay, guys. Totally out of now the NAAS, totally out of it. Yeah, that 450, the 50-cent mark. Look at that, guys. I mean, it got a little bit above it, but not much. At 50-cent level. For me, stocks under 50 cents or $5, almost as powerful as the whole number for me. I'm always somebody who is always wary about a stock trying to break a whole number. And then the stocks under $5 breaking the 50-cent mark. Doesn't mean it's going to not break it ever, of course, but it certainly stalled there. ASTS. Let's see. I don't see. Do I see ASTS anywhere? Okay, not. Yeah, the reason I don't see it is because the relative volume is low, 0.77. So it doesn't mean it's not good to trade. It's just that, Christopher, for me, it's just not going to show up on any one of my scanners because the relative volume is it's not trading even normally. One would be sort of normal. Doesn't mean it's not, if you want to trade it, go ahead. But as an intraday trade, I just don't even look at it just because the relative volume is so low. So I don't know if you're talking about, you know, taking it as a swing trade or intraday trade. I mean, it's had a great run, of course, over the last few weeks from 2 to 13. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. I want to see if there's anything kind of interesting happening. I don't see anything. I mean, the cost later on, I mean, if it gets above 11, it could do it, later on. Okay, KOSS. So did Sissy trigger for you? Let's see. I guess not. SISI did not trigger for Shady yet. Now, cost is starting to make higher lows. You can kind of see right here, making higher lows, but it's got to take out 11 for me. 11.18, it's got to get at least up there. You saw it on the Trade Ideas AI homepage, really? Well, you mean it probably was an alert from a while back? Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So when you see these flags here, that means the AI had a buy alert for ASTS here and also this week. All right. Well, here is Steve Gomez's favorite indicator here, the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So you can see fate is into that blue line. Will it hold it? Now, the issue I would have, though, is even if it held it, you're stuck then in between whatever that number is, about 430, and then the VWAP is at 460. So you're kind of stuck in between. Wow, EB guys, EB. Look at this thing just ripped from 489 up to 515. This is not the one you've been talking about, PJ. You've been talking about EBS, right? Eventbrite. Wow, look at the volume that just came in. You can see why this showed up on my momentum scan, guys, because look at the volume that just came in for EB. Does everything. It does virtual runs, online Zumba classes, online yoga, promotion, advertising. Hmm. Okay, guys. Well, yeah, I hear you, Shaw. I mean, in terms of the cost, but I mean, if it takes out that 11 in a big way with volume, there's the volume. I mean, it's not terrible, but I'd like to see some volume, a lot more volume coming in. Not the absolute volume. I mean, it's 500,000 shares right here, but in relation to the previous volume bars, a little more enthusiasm would be nice. So there was the VWAP 1042. So again, if not easy. I mean, this is not easy, but broke through the VWAP at 1042. I'm talking about the KOSS. And of course, this just has the potential to do something crazy. NVDA trading low. I don't know. I haven't looked at NVIDIA. So I don't know what you mean by that. It's not the low of the day, but definitely it's been fading over the last 3 or 4 days a bit. I don't want to get too fixated on this cost, but I also don't want to miss it in case it explodes through 11 and just has that crazy run. Okay, so William says he cannot keep the room open until later after I quit. So thanks. Okay, William, thank you. He's actually has to take off now. So guys, when I take off at around between 2:30 and 2:45, the rooms will be shut down. So these are turning into pretty quick trades, guys. Look at the NAAS now. I mean, it just has given up 4. Got to be nimble on these ones so far, anyway. Which leads me to these 2 races, okay? So the 2 races that you see, this is a volatile race. This biggest gainers from the start of the race. I'm running 4-minute races now. If you go to the guide, you can see how you can create your own race. All you have to do is go to my homepage, click on the education section, then go to the guide, and there's a whole section on TI stock racing. And so I'm running 4-minute races. Again, you can customize your race to however you want. So what's happening right now is that it'll be interesting to see who finishes on top when this race is over. Right now, EB is at 5.23% and LPA is at 5%. That means that since the race started 4 minutes ago, EB moved 5.23%, LPA moved 5%, and EB was the winner. Okay, EB was the winner of the race. And you can see that what happens is a top 10 list is automatically created for you of the stocks that win the most races. LPA has won 4 races, AEON 3, etc. It's automatically created for you. Now, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on a symbol. In fact, you could click on any one of these just to see what's happening. It's right at the top here, NNVC. So you can also see that these are not necessarily stocks at the high of the day. They could have pulled back and then start moving higher. Okay. So let me explain how a race originates. So if I right click on this race and I click on open top list. Now, if I right click on this top list, you can see this is how you start a race. You create a top list window, and then you can launch the real-time stock race from there. So you can create your own top list window, but this is what I did. These are the stocks that I want to see. So if I right click, configure, and then summary. So if the stock is between $1 and $50 and has traded at least 200,000 shares and is up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be in this list of stocks. Okay, so that's number one. I am not on mute. I am not on mute, David. I don't think I'm on mute. My mic is on. So before we had races, this is how you would use a top list window. Let's just say you wanted to find the stocks that were up the most from its opening trade of the day. And you would create a list of stocks with your parameters, your price range, your minimum volume, things like that. And then as long as you have it as a column header, you see it says change from the open percent. If I double left click rapidly, this is now going to rank the stocks that are up the most from their opening trade of the day. So LPA is up 50%, NAAS 43%, etc. So great. But what if some stock down here, GOSS, which is up 10%, what if all of a sudden it really started to move for some reason? It's up 12%, 15%, 18%, 20%. More than likely, you'd never see it, okay? Unless you're staring at it for some reason. You're not going to be able to watch a stock moving through a list of symbols. Well, that's what the race does. The race doesn't care what stocks are up the most, okay, for the day in terms of the. And again, you can run your race based on different parameters. I like to run it on the change from the opening of the race when the race started 4 minutes ago. What stock has moved the most? Okay, and so again, LCFY. I mean, it's up 29% from its opening trade, but Fate, just trying to look at something that might be coming. Yeah, there's Fate. No, you wouldn't necessarily see Fate down here. Okay, so that's what the race does, though, because it doesn't care if it's near the high. It just cares, is it moving the most? It could be some stock that's buried way down here. Then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, maybe some news hits or for whatever reason, it really starts to move. You will see it. Click on it. So again, this can be used for pullback type trades, stocks that are moving, they hit a high and then they pull back, but then they start moving up. So that's that race, this race right here. And this is a more volatile race, okay? This one will not be as volatile. The reason being is that I added a couple of filters here. One is market cap. It has to be at least 500 million market cap and also a minimum 50 million in the float. So you're not going to see, big percentage moves. Doesn't mean it's, not good to watch though. In fact, if you're new to trading, this might be better to concentrate on, because while these are wonderful to trade, when you get on the right side of them, they can drop as quickly, if not more quickly than they went up. So this might be quite a bit easier. I hate to say easier, but just less stressful. So let's click on one. Verdun here, VRDN. So you can see, it's up 13%. I mean, it's a great move. So pull back a little bit. It's through the 200-day moving average. You start looking left. Where could it go on the weekly? 1733 is the next high. So it's got some room. But the other thing is you've got to practice trading. I mean, if you're new to trading, please, this is a tool that can, generate ideas for you, but it's not going to teach you to trade. And we have a simulator that you can use. You need our standard service. And our simulator uses our real-time data. And, before I would commit money to the market, you should practice trading. You too, Pirata. I'm telling you guys, this costs. I mean, it's one of these ones that later on. I mean, may not be later on. It may be soon, but in the afternoon, just based on what happened before, and that's all it's all about. Traders are looking at this and they're saying, okay, that day it hit 1289. And then that day it hit 1850, and the day before that it hit 1873. That's what traders are looking at. And I am not saying it's going to get to these levels, but later on, especially if it kind of hangs around this area, and we get some volume coming in, it could pop through that 11, and it might have a nice run. I do my best, Pirata. I'm always challenged by trying to pronounce people's names or their pseudonyms. Ooh. Okay, guys. Look at that, though. I mean, look at that. Sorry, I just have to point out. Look at that. I mean, it got up to here. It came right back down through 10 or 11. It's like it's got this potential energy that is just at some point it could just pop it higher. So yeah, I mean, you see, just because it hit my price alert doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. The price alert is for me to see, okay, it hit the alert. It hit the alert. What is it doing now? I don't know if that's a serious question, Christopher, or not. Yeah, we don't talk about how much money we make, number one, in the room, or how many shares we take. But I don't know if that's a serious question or not. I mentioned this one earlier. This Caribou, I can't remember what price I mentioned it. Probably right around here, 243 CRBU. Okay, guys, 11:21. So in about 40 minutes, I will be taking a break, and I don't know, maybe Michael's listening to me. I was just going to ask Michael if he's taking over for me between 12 and 1. And yes, he is taking over for me. So before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you head over and listen to Michael. Now, Michael is the developer of all of this stuff. If you click on New and then Market Explorer, and including, I know he's been working on he'll probably talk I don't want to put any pressure on him, but the go no go. Okay, you might want to ask him about that. The go no go. Okay, guys, costs. Jeez. This is Well, Peter, I don't know what that number is, 1.8%, the volatility. I mean, it's obviously a very volatile stock. So, I mean, again, look what it did. So my comment is just, whether with that number you're talking about, 1.8%, I don't need to see a number to know that it's super volatile. Every time it gets over 11, even briefly, it just doesn't want to hold. Well, it's not a secret, Christopher. I mean, okay, what if I said, yeah, I make $4,000 a day? Yeah, that's what I do. I make $4,000 a day easy. You know, I don't see what you're looking at on my single stock window, 1.8%. I don't see what you're looking at, Peter. My single stock window. I don't know what you're looking at. You're saying you see something that says 1.8%. The short float is 5.6%, but so I'm not sure what you're looking at that says 1.8%. I'm talking to Peter in our YouTube room. I wish. So Peter, maybe you can clarify that. It's up $1.80. That's not anything to do with. It's not a percent, of course, but so I don't know what you mean. Yeah, maybe it's up $1.80. That right now $1.81. It's up 20%. No, it's not nothing to do with volatility. All right, guys. Now this is showing up in the gap down and go. Okay, the Schwab. Now it's showing up now because I had to take out the low of the day. So where could Schwab go? SCHW. So when you look left on the weekly chart, there's still room. I mean, 66.70, 66.67. So there is $2. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. The only issue would be at 9:15. There was a low at 68.50. Maybe I will wait for it to take that out. And if it does take that out, that might be an interesting it's not going to give me a lot because if it got down to even if it got down to that level, it's not a huge percentage move, but I might take that short if it takes out the low of the pre-market, and that is Schwab. But are you new to trading too, Christopher? Or are you just new to trade ideas? Are you new to trading, or? And I know you're new to trade ideas, but are you new to trading also? All right, now guys, guess what's coming back is Silo. Silo is starting to come back again. Surprised Silo did not win a race, so I have to type it in. So again, there's the VWAP. 215 is the VWAP. Okay. Now, if I take this again, I have to pay a lot more attention. But 254. So that 250 mark, again, you know, the 50-cent mark for me, stocks under $5 can really be an impediment. So we do have some option filters, Christopher. Okay. We don't scan for options, but in case you don't know, we do have some option filters. So if I right click on this alert window, and one of my scans that I'm sharing has to do with options. Again, not scanning for options, but let me just explain. So we have some fairly obvious ones. So we have the put call ratio. We have the option volume. Now that is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Puts and calls total, okay? The option volume today, obvious. The put volume today and the call volume today. So these are some pretty obvious ones. This is the key metric right there. The option volume today, %. So let's just say you wanted to find stocks that are trading abnormally with respect to the number of contracts. So let's just say on average, a stock on average over the last 10 days has traded 5,000 contracts. Okay, there's the Schwab now, guys. So on average, it's traded 5,000 contracts. If you use this filter here, okay, add that filter and put 300 in here, 300% ratio of 3. For you to see that stock today, the one that has on average has traded 5,000 contracts, it will have to have traded 15,000 contracts, 3 times what it has done over the last, on average, over the last 10 days. So, I mean, I've been told that, you know, for those who do trade options, at least what it does is it can let you find those stocks that are trading abnormally option-wise, and maybe you can trade the option. I don't trade options, but it's just a way that I have been told that, you know, using that combination, you can find stocks that are trading abnormally option-wise. And if you click on my homepage link, you'll see that one of my scans, if you scroll down, one of the scans is abnormal option activity. Right here, this is a combo scan. Like, I don't want to get too into the weeds in this, but this is abnormal option activity. So, you know, you can take a look at this and you'll see stocks that are trading abnormally with respect to their option trading. So here's another one that's moving nicely, guys, SLRN. But what do we see here? We see the 200-day moving average right on top of it. 686 or so is the 200-day moving average, 688. So that could stall it. So if there are shorts available, which there are a ton of shorts, Interactive Brokers, 3.35 million, I mean, that could stall it. You know, there's good volume, 6.3 times normal. But check its option volume today. Well, first of all, it doesn't trade options really. It's traded 5, and so it is optionable, but it really doesn't trade that many contracts, obviously. Let's take a bigger stock. Let's take a look at Chewy. You know, that was one that was. So you can see that Chewy, for instance, its option volume today is 38,000 contracts approximately, but that's about half normal when compared to the average over the last 10 days. So it's not really trading abnormally option wise. That doesn't mean you can't trade the options, of course, but all depends on what you're looking for. All right, guys, 11:33. So again, I'll be taking a break pretty soon. Michael will give me a break at around noon Eastern, between 12 and 1 Eastern, while I take my break. And again, I think it's a good idea to head over to YouTube. I do take a break between 12 and 1. Monday to Friday, we have 5 different traders that take over for me. We all have different trading styles. Michael is way more of a swing trader than I am. Well, I can see that gold must be moving higher. This is the inverse of gold, and I see gold itself. Barrick's moving higher. IAG, that's moving higher. And I'm sure if I looked at a lot of gold plays, they'd probably be doing something like this. I don't trade gold. I don't trade energy stocks unless they have some news specifically. I don't like trading stocks that are very, very tied. And again, that's just me, that are very, very tied to a sector. So if something happens with a sector, they all go down. I like to find the stocks that are kind of trading on their own, not too not too concerned about what the overall market's doing or its sector is doing. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys, Zap is on the move now too. Zap, Z-A-P-P, is on the move. Another very low float, 1.8 million in a float, very low float. Not going to show up on any one of my scans. The relative volume is underneath one. Most of my scans are a minimum of three relative volume. Except for these ones, okay, the large cappers. I doubt if, yeah, they'll probably be at least one, but and then this EBS, yeah, nice one, PJ. I know you've been talking about this one. I don't know if you're still in the room, but I know you've been talking about this one. This EBS had a nice run from 182 back in April. I can just see what's going to happen. I'm going to say a bad word. Cost is probably going to take out 11 and rip when I take my break. I have another 20 minutes left. Well, maybe it'll do it before I take my break. Now, if you're wondering, well, why don't I just delay my break? My break is something that I have to take. It's that simple. There'll always be something else to trade, so I'm not too concerned. Now, SkyX, guys, we saw this one a few weeks ago. I think this SkyX over $1. Yeah, I got it. Well, maybe I didn't. Got up to about $1.40, but pulled all the way back down to 70 cents. I mean, I don't like trading these ones under $1. That's just me. Well, no, weren't freaking out, Christopher. I just was wondering if that was a serious question to me. Do I make $4,000 a day? That's all. That's all. Because you asked it like that. Am I making $4,000 a day? But that's okay. By the way, Christopher, do you have any scans up and running? Are you using anything? Like if you're brand new, what actually are you doing? Well, I'm okay. Then I'm not sure I understand. Are you a Trade Idea subscriber? I thought you said you were a Trade Idea subscriber. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Okay, guys, I mentioned this SLRN earlier. There it goes, right at the 200-day moving average. So here, will it take it out? There's the 200-day moving average. Let's see if it's really just absolutely, stalls it in its tracks and moves down from here. Ah, forgot to keep watching Schwab. Shoot. I had my alert set, well, right here. Yeah, so now it's below so this is now a gap down and go. I think Shady's in earlier, but this is now a gap down and go, 68.79, 68.35. And it still has room on the weekly chart anyway, 66, 67. So even NAS is starting to come back a little bit, guys. NAAS starting to come back a little bit. I think I have an alert set for the 450 level. No, I should though, because it's still, yeah, we still have a little bit of room, 479, and if it gets through that, 550, and that's for the NAAS. You must be talking about Nash. Oh, no, no, I was thinking of Nash, Rick Nash. All right, guys. Let's see. Anything? Pack B. Probably wouldn't have taken it anyway, Shaw. Okay, and our in our YouTube room talking about HM1 just because it's a gold play. I mean, I just have this aversion. I see it here. I do see it here. You're absolutely right. I just have this aversion to playing stocks unless they have specific news, like gold or energy. I sort of back away from unless they have specific news. Now that's just me. That's just me. Just because I find, they're just too tied into whatever the overall sector is going to do. It's probably silly, but that's just the way I've been doing it for years and years. But gold, obviously, I mean, if I look at GLD, obviously GLD must be straight up. Sure. How about silver? Is it following also? I haven't seen too many of the silver plays come through. Yeah, silver is doing the same thing. So the precious metals. Yeah, silo's messy. It's just kind of messy. Well, maybe I'll get my wish for costs. It will not pop through 11 in a big way while I'm on my break. Yeah, again, next low, guys, for Schwab, 66.67 on the weekly chart. Yeah, I was going to say SD. That's not a nice thing to say. I'm going to SD in our YouTube room. Yeah, Silo's a disappointment. I mean, it's just not wanting to continue. Here's another one. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. PRLD Prelude. So this is in a few days. It's gone from 340 to 6. I don't think I'd ever hit a scanner, and it might have been because the volume was too low. But I don't recall this ever hitting a scanner. But it is hitting my momentum scanner today, and that's the PRLD. And looking left, well, it's above that high. So let's take a look at a monthly chart. So on a monthly chart, the next high is 689. So this has room on a monthly chart. Now, what's the spread like? Not a great spread, 606, 615, not a great spread, but and the float is only 21 million, so it's not crazy low, but it's certainly not high. I don't think I saw the movie, Christopher. I've heard of it, but I don't think I saw it. I did see it. Yeah. It's the one with Will Smith before he went crazy. No, yeah, I saw it. Yeah, good movie. Just jog my memory on it. All right, guys. Well, the PRLD, I am not going to do it because I'm going to be taking my break, but this is pretty interesting. It's got some room. We looked at the monthly chart, it does have some room, holding over 6 pretty nicely. Relative volume is 3.5. So, it's trading abnormally. Not a lot of volume, though. That's the main issue, though. It's not trading a lot of volume, 158,000 shares. Yeah, that's 3.5 times normal. So you can just tell by that it doesn't trade very much. If 158,000 shares represents 3.5 times normal up to this time of day. So I may have to take a pass on it just because of the volume. Santa coming in with volume. We did see Santa earlier today. No, I mean, here it goes, guys. Here's the PRLD. Have a bit of a spread issue, but it is on the move. I did not take it. But some may have been listening to me and said, you know what? I don't mind it. I mean, the only reason I'm not in it really is because I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon. And now, had I known it would do this right now, of course I'd be in it. But cool, Christopher. Interesting. So these are the only earnings plays that are coming through in my little scan here. Okay. And they're all, not all banks. This is not a bank, ANGO, but of course, Schwab, CFB, SFBS, Bank of America, and State. These are all banks. And we'll start to get into, especially next week. For me, it's not so much, the banks. It's going to be the following 3 weeks of earnings, where we get a lot of these companies that, they're, I don't want to say they're completely obscure, but, if you went onto CNBC, you'd probably never hear of them. But boy, when they have earnings, either good or bad, they can have big moves because it's kind of their day to either shine or not shine. And this that you see here, that only has what, 6, this will be completely and utterly full. I could stretch it out. I have a 34-inch monitor, and I would not be able to see everyone that's meeting my filter requirements. Okay, guys, 11:54. So what I want to do now is just put the announcement in. I won't go until Michael shows up, but get prepared here. Okay, and now here is the YouTube link. So you can head over and listen to Michael when he shows up in about 5 minutes or so. Okay, it says YouTube, but it's YouTube. Well, not seeing too much right now. So the LPA, this is another one that showed up on the gap up. Well, it showed up on the gap up and reverse. Oh yeah, gap up and reverse. So KYTX, so it's still positive for the day. Yeah, there's shares available. The price was at 1030, so it hasn't really moved too much. Again, look left, and the next low was 937, so it would have some room. Just not finding a lot of follow through on the things that are coming through on my scan today. All right, SGH. What is this one doing? SGH, Smart Global. Okay, July 9th. So I had earnings last week, and the reaction was actually pretty good. I mean, very good. You can see a big green candle on the daily chart. That was its earnings day. And now, though, it's starting to fade somewhat. It gets under the low today was 27.69. So it's starting to fade a little bit. Well, I don't think I'm going to have to worry about cost, guys. It looks like it's going to really start to drift down now. And where's that VWAP is 1047, so it's through the VWAP, it's through the 10 SMA. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, so I will not be tempted to even try to short this one. But it doesn't look good now. Grails. I saw somebody post that symbol in. This was an IPO from 3 weeks ago. And there's the high is at 19. And so it's having a nice day, obviously. Now, that float, is it possible that really is the float? $600 million or 600 million shares in the float? Is that possible? Because that's a big move for 15%. Let me just check that other site. Yeah, I guess it is, because on that other site, when it's a too big of a market cap, it doesn't even show anything. So it's possible. That's a big float, 600 million. So that's a good move. I mean, 16%. Okay, guys, just waiting for Michael to show up. To see if I want to trade this one, this GRAL. I mean, it's the next high looking left. It's certainly far enough away. They're a dollar away. See if there's any news on this. I don't see any specific news. So they're engaged in the development of a technology for early detection of cancer. This probably was a SPAC. I'm almost sure it was a SPAC, or maybe not. Maybe it might have been an IPO. Might have been an IPO based on this opening price. All right, guys. Well, this SLRN is definitely trying to get through that 200 day. I mean, if 200 days at 688, it's just, pennies above it. That's right. Thank you, Ori. It was the Illumina spinoff. That's right. Thank you. All right, guys, just heard a little pop. So Michael is in our YouTube room now. So I am going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. I can welcome Michael Noss into our YouTube room. How are you today, Michael?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. A little bit slow, though, for me, actually. I'm not seeing a lot of follow through and a lot of the things that I'm following. So a little bit slow, but you never know. This afternoon, things might pick up.
Yeah, we got summer and we've got. Oh no, I thought there was Fed stuff tomorrow.
I don't think so. But also, Michael, next week we'll get hugely into earnings season. I mean, we get all the big banks, get rid of them this week, last week and this week, and then next week we'll get into a lot more, have a lot more earnings plays. And you've probably heard me say this a million times, but I like the more obscure ones. They don't do anything for 3 months. They have earnings, and either the reaction is either good or bad, but it gives us something to trade. So we'll for the next 3 weeks certainly we'll have a lot of earnings plays to sort of pick and choose from.
Yeah, and that's always when the AI does best too. Around earnings,
I'm sure
more going on.
Yeah,
for sure.
I'm sure. Well, even well, you're Holly Neal because that's when you get the gaps. You get the gaps, and you're looking for gaps in Holly Neal. So. And I haven't given up on cost, but I mean, I know it's a Holly Neal one today. I haven't given up on it completely, but I have an alert set around $11, a little over $11, and see if it can take that out with some ferocity because it's got some room if it does. But anyway, I'll let myself go now, Michael, and I'll see you in about an hour.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Talk to you then.
Bye.
All right, have a good one. Bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as always, giving Barry some much needed time off, take a little break, go drink 34 beers. and just moving some stuff around here. And I'm here for the next hour to answer any questions you may have about trade ideas and how to use it and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, ask questions if you've got any issues with trade ideas. If you're worried about, oh, sorry, I'm just doing something with my. There, I can turn that up a little bit there. So that should probably be louder now. Yeah. So otherwise, we'll just shoot the shit about the market. But we are here to answer questions about trade ideas, get all you guys going. Something great that we do that not a lot of other software providers do is we have this stream going all the time to help you guys out with whatever you need. Yeah, someone mentioning gold. This is something I've been talking a lot about. Absolutely loving it. Right, I've been. Well, you can see I had drawing in here. I've been buying gold as this, every opportunity that I get on the way up. Right, I took a little trade right in here as we kind of broke out, and then we consolidated for a few weeks, and I took another trade in through here, and then I've taken another trade around here. So it's been a great mover. And switch over here for anyone who just doesn't follow me and what I do on Twitter and Substack and YouTube and all that. This this is a monthly chart, right? So we're going way back here, but a nice cup and handle. William O'Neill style, right? I think anyone who's studied technical analysis for any length of time has come across the cup and handle. This one going back to 2012, so we're talking 12 years to get this thing resolved. And when it resolved, kind of look out, right? So that just kind of puts me in the direction of the trend. And then, of course, using daily and weekly charts to kind of time entries. This last one was pretty obvious, right? We were getting very tight in this area. We had a nice pullback, and we were getting very tight. So when we gapped above that, that's where I picked some up. And stop loss was really close. So I'm up multiple times my risk now on that one. Silver, the leg in silver is starting to, and I've mentioned this a few times too. Yeah, if we go to the monthly chart, right, we look at the same thing. We did have a little bit of a breakout here and then a consolidation month, and it looks like we may be continuing, but you're just not getting these moves in silver the same time you're getting those moves in gold, right? You would expect them to move together, right? People calling silver gold's crazy cousin. Generally speaking, when you get a move in one, you get a move in gold, you'll get a greater move in silver. It's higher beta. It moves crazier than gold does, but in this case, you're just not getting that breakout. So it doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It's definitely something I'm watching, but as someone who likes to favor buying the strongest stuff over buying the weakest stuff, gold seems to be where it's at. So that's something we want to keep an eye on. Also, I'm doing way more of just buying the ETF as opposed to trying to time it with trying to buy gold miners and stuff like that, just because it's easier. I don't know if it's because I'm getting older and older, or if it's because there's just more and more ETFs out there. I'm just favoring the moves in them better and cleaner. NLR, yeah. Right, so this NLR I'm in from right around here, around 80, and this is just an overall nuclear ETF, as opposed to I have one holding in SMR for a nuclear play. But instead of trying to pick out a lot of different ones, I've just been trading this one. And instead of trying to time uranium as a whole, I'm just looking at this NLR. It's just an easy way to do that. And it's a very easy Google. If you ever want to know what they hold, you can always just Google the ticker and holdings, because of course each of the websites will have a breakdown of yeah, a breakdown of what the ETF is and what it's holding, because they have to. Where prices, premium discount, holdings, right? So these are all of the nuclear companies that you would expect, right? So there's UEC, so Uranium Energy Corps, PEG, right? CCJ. So instead of going and picking these things, I'm just doing more and more. Right, it's got some SMR in it. UUUU. It just becomes easier for me anyway. Just go, just buy the ETF. You get less of a beta move, and you'll have more of an alpha move, right? Where you're not going to get these. Uh, you're not going to get a double or a triple or a cut in half or whatever. But it's one of those things where you can just kind of the returns are going to be smoother, if smaller, if that makes sense. Um, my review last week was interesting. Yeah, absolutely. So all the review I put out there for free all the time. You can definitely check that out on my Twitter, or my Substack, or my YouTube. I throw it out everywhere. Where I just sit down, I use Trade Ideas, and I go through my scans in the market and kind of what I think going into next week. So, how do I filter a particular alert window with a watch list I have? So, you just grab any window, right, and then right click and hit configure, and there will be a symbol list tab up here. Right? So there's always a symbol list tab somewhere in the middle, and then there's a couple options here. So you can go exclude following list or only following list. In your case, these are two to watch. Excluding lists from scans. There are some people who just don't like to trade some symbols. They have a no trade list. That's very, very common. Right? When I was really big into day trading, I remember I had one where I'm like, hey, I just every time I trade this stock, it seemed to lose money on it, so I'm going to ignore it. Or, for example, if you don't like trading ADRs, American Depository Receipts, you can exclude those lists. You can do all that stuff, but you're looking to click only the following lists, because that means the scan will then be limited to only things on that list. And then if you can find your list right here in the main box, great. Just click on it and click OK and you're done. If not, just hit add existing list. And in this drop down, you'll find your list. Now, if it's your list, it will just say personal right here. So you have to click on, right? You'll find that with personal. It's in alphabetical order. That helps too. You can use one of our lists if you want, right? So the IPO for the last 12 months, that kind of stuff. If you want to go through and do that, you're certainly welcome to. If you haven't created a list yet, for the people who haven't created a list yet, you can go tools and you can go symbol lists and you can create a list right there. Something very common that I use a lot, like these two scans that you're seeing right here, are a list of ETFs. I've been talking more and more about how I use the ETFs for tracking. Right, I go through this list of tons of ETFs every single day, and more. Again, I don't know if it's me getting old or just there's more ETFs available. I use these for trading, and it's just both these things are just on a personal symbol list that I have, where I just throw all of the ETFs that are interesting for me. Every time I learn about a new ETF, I just plunk it on the list, and it does a really good job. This is usually what I have up over the corner of my eye most of the day, just because I can take a look and I can see. So the fact that, this is my down list and it's not very red at all, and then there's some green on my down list, shows me that we're probably having a pretty good up day overall. This RSP versus SPY thing continues to be awesome, which we can talk about if anyone's interested. Showing me that everything in the market is rallying pretty much, except XLK, which is our technology fund. So technology is down and everything else is up. You can see that with the SPY here. So if you're just looking at the SPY, Iris, we cannot share symbol lists, as you know. That's something that's being worked on. What I would do to build your own is start with the SPY sectors, which you can Google. If I copy and paste this into chat, it's going to look just horrible, and it's going to wipe away everyone's chat, right? So, so the what we're seeing here, which is huge, is the SPY barely up, and just pay really close attention to this candle. Right in the middle of its range. But if you look at RSP, which is an equal weighted version of the S&P 500, this thing is absolutely ripping, right? We're up 1.2%. We're right at highs right now. If we go to the IWM, which is small caps, you can see absolutely ripping. So it's just showing that we're getting this rotation that everybody's been talking about, where the large cap guys, if you're someone who just focuses on the large cap names, like Nvidia and Microsoft and Apple, those are getting sold, but everything else is getting bought, which again is amazing. This is, as stock pickers, this is the exact market that you want to see for sure. This Uber, I do have a position on right here, so I'm looking to see if this one will come and take highs there as well. I watched I love that Williams stock. I don't know what you're talking about, Trader 77. Love that Williams stock that you had on your weekly swings. Williams. CNX I've been watching really, really closely for a break right here. But yeah, it's been a great time to be a market investor for sure, because things are just working, right? Everything is just, you're getting these kind of massive rotations into, this is just some of my watch list and some of my holdings. Just Wells Fargo I'm not in, but I am looking to see if this gets back through 60. It's been one of those moments where you feel like a genius, and you just have to remind yourself that you're not a genius. It's just everything in the market except big tech is pushing higher. This is QQQE, which is technology, but equal weighted. So I take the big guys out, and you can see the Qs down, and then QQQE, which is an equal weighted version of the Qs, are up. So again, just more and more of this buying everything as well, right? The Go No Go channel is not up yet, so we can talk about that when it shouldn't be up. Yeah, so we can chat about that when it's up, and when it's up, there'll definitely be there's explainer videos that will be there. But it's a trend identification tool. So if you struggle in identifying a trend, if you're looking at a chart and you can't, you want to quantify better what's an uptrend, what's a downtrend, then that channel, when we launch it, that'll be for you. It should be soon because I have to make a presentation on it very soon. So I hope it's on its way. I know Barry's been teasing it a bit, but actually, let me take a second and ask them. But yeah, so we can show it a little bit, but note again, the channel's not out yet. The idea is that, look at Apple. There is a color system to the bars. Again, this will all be explained in the channel, where orange is neutral. The darker pink it gets, the more of a downtrend. The darker blue it gets, the more of an uptrend it is. And it is a way to help people identify trends and a way to have people stay in a trend, is kind of the long and short of it, right? So, say you're long Apple right now and you're looking to see when is it time to get out of Apple. Well, you could say, well, it's still in an uptrend according to this ranking indicator, and you're going to stick with it as long as it's an uptrend. Anyone who listens to our podcast knows that that's what I'm doing with SMR. I did take out some of the position in this area around this old high, and now I'm doing an experiment where I'm really trying to hold on to this and say, hey, I will stay in this one as long as it continues to tell me it's in a go trend or going higher. So that's the main idea behind it is, and then you can start to do things with different setups where you can look for stocks that are in trends that are getting stronger, or they're switching from downtrends to uptrends, like this CleanSpark, which is a crypto miner. If it closes here today, it will have gone from a downtrend into an uptrend, and all that. So at the end of the day, it's for people who are interested in trend following, essentially, right? Oh, the TI Swing Picks had a WMB in it. I do so much that it's like I forget. Oh, Ralph Alcampora. Yeah, the Ralph Alcampora, the godfather of technical analysis. He's an amazing person to listen to. I think in most cases, whenever he can, he kicks off the Wealth 365 Summit. Just a titan. Very, very nice man to talk to. And yes, he's the one that got technical analysis initially recognized by FINRA. So he's been arguing for our craft for a very long time. I'm going to update the video on the Ripster channel soon, maybe today. We've just been going back and forth with Ripster on... oh, it's up. Go. There's a video here, but that's a little bit out of date. I'll explain them quickly, but I need to make a new video. The reason is we've just been going back and forth with the Ripster. It's one of those things. He trades a lot. by feel, I guess, for lack of a better term. And it's to try to take somebody's setups that may not be exactly quantified and then quantifying them and putting them into a channel. So that's a bit of the difference. But this main channel, it's pretty explanatory, this one. So I won't spend too much time on this, but we have gap and go long. We have gap down and fade, right? Where this thing's gapping down and pushing lower. Simply put, and I should probably start with these. So his system is that this initial cloud is the kind of the first line of defense on a trend. His idea is you do not go long anything that's under this cloud, and especially you do not go long anything that's under this cloud that's red. And then this second cloud is more of a long-term cloud to detect trend, right? So then a lot of these are, hey, I'm looking for a gap down and a short, but the clouds have to be kind of lined up. I'm not seeing a lot of the data because I just opened it, but this, for example, on Match would be a potential buy. I would probably wait for $35 if we get above Match.com. The idea being is that it's above the cloud and the cloud's green and it's breaking out with 6 times normal volume, and then you would use this cloud as potentially your trailing stop. So that's the main idea there as well. So then the ones that say 512 curl, they're looking for that cloud to break, right? So ADPT, for example, right? The idea, he talks about you don't buy stuff or you don't short stuff that's above the cloud. Well, this cloud is starting to break, so maybe it's time for a mean revision short back to this cloud. That's what both of these curl scans are looking for, right? So Dell, for example, broke the cloud on this candle. You can see 1250. For me, that's 1150 Eastern. That's where it broke. And the idea is if you're looking to buy Dell, then you wait for this cloud to break, and maybe take the trade if you're a revision to the mean guy. And then the other ones that are labeled as pullbacks, that one's correct, but doesn't look very nice. DVN. There's nothing here for a long time. ALNY at 12. Yeah, so the idea is ALNY, right? These are looking for pullbacks into the longer term cloud, the 34 EMA cloud. Because, yeah, the idea is that if you can look for moves into that longer term cloud, if you're someone who's trying to buy pullbacks, you do that. So, simply put, this is for gap and go people. The 2 curls will be for revision to the mean people, and then the EMA pullbacks will be for pullback type traders. And the idea is that we want it one from each of these kind of categories. So regardless of which one you are, we'll go from there. But I just got to put my thoughts together a little bit better and less rambly, and I'll put them into a video once we get everything approved by Ripster there as well. Why not include GoNoGo into premium subscriptions? Well, GoNoGo is the intellectual property of GoNoGo's creators, and they need to be compensated for us putting their intellectual property into the system. Same with Anchored VWAP. That's the scans are the property of Brian Shannon, so he needs to be compensated for putting it into the system. So. Yeah. So as always, one of the things that the projects we're going to do going forward is these welcome screens are going to have video explainers for. We got to figure out a way, because even when we take ads off, it's like YouTube wants to throw ads on everything. Each of the channels, even like these ones, we're going to start putting welcome screen video introductions to, just to have something there that says, hey, this is uh, this is what's going on in this channel, just to do a better job of explaining each and every channel, because we find that more and more, the better we get at making channels, the more people stick with them and use them. In the beginning of Trade Ideas, um, the people would use them, and this happens a lot now, is that people open up the channel and then they instantly take the scans that they like, that work with their trading plan, and build their own layouts. But the better the channels get, more and more we're finding that people are sticking with these channels. So we're going to do a little better job of explaining what they're doing. CVNA. I haven't checked on my Carvana position today. It's doing okay. I've been watching UNG here. I talked about this if anyone joined me on uh, the show on Trader TV last night after the close. This is pretty nuts. This sell off in natural gas, right down to a support level. I'm usually not one for revision to the mean trades, but it looks really, really good. So I just need to figure out when I'm going to pull the trigger, what's going to potentially get me in. It'd have to be something like a break of an afternoon high or something to take a shot. And this would be for me, a very short term trade, which would be, just a couple days. Yeah, Uber's looking great. I'm trying to set. This is the idea I have with Uber, right? This prior level right here has been a really, really big deal. Bounced off that, we consolidated for a period of time, and then started pushing up. So that's a nice trade in Uber for sure. The welcome windows, yes, but the idea is that we're going to put a box in or something that says, don't show me this again, because the welcome windows, they're just meant to open up and they have a video in them, and then right, you just watch the video, but if you know what it is, you just get dismissed right away, right? Maybe bounce back up. Oh yeah, I think Thursday is, yeah, natural gas stuff on Thursday. I keep forgetting they have that. On Wednesday they have the gas report, and then on Thursday they have the natural gas report. So that is something I'll keep an eye on. It's just, again, I'm not a big one for mean revision, and if you have to play mean revision, just for me, the way I look at it is that mean revision is meant to be played on a shorter term time frame. Um, but the fact that even in this massive sell off, we haven't yet got oversold on the RSI is really interesting to me. Um, so yeah, just, I don't know. Just seems like there's a big level right here. If I can find a place to take a trade, even around $15, and my stop goes below 14, I'm risking $1, and then if we get a bounce to 17 before it rolls over again, then that's a 2-to-1 risk reward. So then I do that math in my head, and I say, anytime I can see a pretty good 2 to 1 or even 1.5 risk reward trade, I kind of have to take that, right? So that's the way I look at trading, is that I want to look for the trades that I absolutely have to have. Um, kind of like pot odds or something in poker. If you get to the point where it just makes sense to bet based off your hand and based off what you see, you just kind of mathematically have to. That's what I like for a trade, just because again the risk reward. It's like what I'm looking at here on CENX. Right, my stop would be 1750. My entry would probably be 1950, so I'm risking $2, and then for it to get up to 23 or so seems like something that this thing could easily potentially do. Right, if we look at the monthly chart, right, this high is 26, so that'd be a $7 gain for a $2 risk, and that's a trade that I kind of, again, I have to take. I have to take that trade all day long. And then it's been my experience over time that if you have some sort of edge that you can prove, and that you're taking these very small bets with good risk reward ratios over the long run, you'll end up doing just fine. Just keep the bet size small, keep the risk reward high, just rinse and repeat over and over and over again. Eventually things will go well. This is one awesome thing that we have about trade ideas that I'm just looking it through here. It's actually, we can go to, I want to watch this with candlesticks, yeah. Right, is our ability to test. So I'm just going here for a second because I'm working on a couple mean reversion systems for day trading and short-term swing trading. I've been testing them for a while, so now I'm just going through and looking at these and see how they're doing. Because we have this great simulator where we can simulate trades. So I'm simulating this these series of systems that I've put together and I've done some testing on, and then I want to watch them be traded in an environment that is going to be closer to reality. And I'll run them here for a month or so. And if I get the results that I expect to see based off my back tests, then potentially I'll turn them live after that. I want to see them all, yeah. But a down day so far, all shorts, triggered, no longs, which makes sense for a mean revision system on days like this. Speaking of poker, I'm reading Ann Duke's book. Yes, it's called, I think, Thinking in Bets. That was a very, very good book. That was a very good non-trading book that had a lot of trading parallels that I found. I found it was a really, really good book. The basic premise being that you have to think in probabilities. Right? You have to think in bets. The people who never make it in trading are people that think in absolutes. Right? You see them on Twitter all the time. I'm going to buy this stock because I know this company is going to blah, blah, blah. The second you hear that and someone speaking in like that absolute framework with trading, you know that they're done eventually. Because even if they're right on that thing that they said, absolutely, eventually a time will come where they're not right. Even if you're right 99% of the time, which nobody is, there will be wrong 1% of the time, and you got to move on. And then, yeah, thinking in probabilities, I think allows you to, as soon as you internalize that, which is really, really hard for human beings to do, that every time you're hitting the button, uh, there's a percentage chance that you're right and a percentage chance that you're wrong, whatever that is. And as soon as you acknowledge that there's a percentage chance that you're wrong, it makes taking that loss much easier, right? It's because you will be wrong, right? There'll be times that you are wrong, and that's the way the cookie crumbles. So as soon as you know that, then I think trading becomes a lot easier because you can just take your loss, move on with your life, and it doesn't affect you. The other group of people that are always doomed are the ones that are always in search of that magic bullet, and that I think that those two things are work in tandem. They're not building a trading plan and tracking their trades and learning where to get better or where to get worse. They're coming in and just saying, "Hey, show me this indicator that's going to make me rich," or right, show me uh, this strategy that's going to make me rich, or show me this thing. Oh, if only I had that one magic scan, then all of a sudden I'm a millionaire. Those people aren't thinking in probabilities. They're not looking to tweak things in their favor. Then they're done too, unfortunately. And it creates a kind of a zen-like aspect. The fact that I know every time I hit the button, 55 to 60% chance I'm right. So you're talking a coin flip to a little bit better than a coin flip on being correct. So I'm not offended if I'm not. And I think doing a lot of back testing, doing a lot of tracking of your trades, doing a lot of statistics really, really helps with that, because at the end of the day, that if you track your statistics, so say you only tracked your win rate, and you go back on all your trades and you track your win rate, and say you're really, really, really good, and you see that your win rate is 70 to 75%. That's an amazing win rate for a trader. It still helps you internalize, okay, 1 in every 4 trades I'll take, probably for the rest of my life, will be wrong. And if I'm just okay with the fact that 1 in every 4 trades will be wrong, and I kind of come to peace and come to terms with that, that's fine. Just makes, again, anything that makes it easier to hit the button and say, I'm wrong, time to move on, and go from there. Uh, while we're talking about books, another great book that I finished reading not too long ago was Best Loser Wins, which was all around that same concept, that the person that wins at trading is not the person who uh, is the best technical analyst, or the guy with the highest win rate, or any of that stuff. That's not the guy who ends up doing well. Who ends up doing well is the guy who is the best at losing. I mean, the guy who's best at, okay, oh, this looked great, but it's not doing great, so I'm just going to sell, even though I like this stock or this company or whatever it is. I'm just going to take my small hit, move on with my life. That's the guy who ends up doing the best in the long run, because they're always alive to continue to play the game, right? The underperformance I'm seeing here in silver is pretty wild. And we have gold just ripping. And then we have silver just not doing anything. GDX, which is the gold miners ETF, is just doing phenomenally. Gold miners. I think there's like a leveraged, Dust. 2x bear, and then is it NUGT? It's 2x bull. These things again are great trading instruments. Just remember they're trading instruments; they will degrade, that kind of stuff. But Tom Hogard, yeah, that's who did Best Loser Wins. It's a really, really good book. It's one of those as someone who's been trading for so long, I didn't learn anything from that book, but it's almost like having a weight loss coach come in and go, listen up, fatty, right? Eat good food and go for a run. You're not going to learn anything. And there's some stuff that I don't really agree with for my trading that he does, where he talks about aggressively adding to winners. And I get it. I've just never had luck with adding to trades, adding to winners. But, the thing that he harps on about it's just good to have the guy kind of yell at you every now and then and say, hey, to make it in this game, you got to cut your losers quickly. You got to move on with your life. And then when you're in something, you got to let that run, which, everybody says, but it's harder to quantify. And that's why I really think that even for experienced traders, like people like myself, something like Go No Go, Uber. This is going to be such a huge thing. So I bought Uber somewhere in this. I think I got triggered, on this candle right here. And my game plan for it is I've got a hard stop right under this candle, and I'm just going to hold it until Go No Go tells me to get out. And this kind of stuff, like I talked about with SMR, I'm in SMR from around here, around $6. And other than it turning light blue for a few seconds, which made me move my stop up to here, so I've got a break-even stop. I'm just sitting this one. I'm just saying, all right, I'm going to hold on to this guy. And what it's doing then is it's just helping me stay in those winners longer. And the reason that I'm looking at something like this as a trend following system is that at the end of the day, week, or month, it's those one or two really good trades that are going to make the most difference for everyone, right? Go No Go seems to be like trading with seatbelts. Yeah, the reason they actually invented Go No Go, the two guys who created it and tested it and decided on the inputs and the colors and all that stuff. The reason they created it is because, one of them is high up in the CMT and has been a CMT for many, many years. One of them actually teaches in the CMT. So they're both market technicians. And they were dealing a lot with investment advisors, right? An investment advisor may say, this is a company that I've been stalking because I've now given them a whole bunch of money, but the stock looks like junk. It is Owlet, OWLT. I made a video about this a while ago. I love the product here. The product is a sock that goes on your baby, and it is like monitors the heart and all that kind of stuff. I guess the company got in trouble with the FDA because they were advertising in a way that was not appropriate. So they got dinged and they had to take all their stuff off the shelves. But since then, they've gotten FDA approval. So, again, it monitors heart and blood oxygen level and all this stuff that just gives you a peace of mind when you got a new baby and they're sleeping. So I love the company, but I can't buy the stock because it's kind of tanking, right? And they invented this indicator to talk to these investment advisors that may say something like, "Oh, I want to get my clients into um, gold or something," but I don't know when because I'm a financial advisor or a CFA and I don't understand trend. They say, okay, well, uh, don't buy it when it's pink or orange or anything like that. Wait for it to start to turn blue, and then maybe you take a shot there, right? So, in this instance, it would have been a loser. In this instance, maybe a winner, a little bit of loser. These are weekly candles, but at the very least, right, you weren't buying it up at $150 and watching it tank all the way to $2, right? So, I could see people out there who are fundamentally minded people who want to trade based off of a story, or I'm doing this as a little bit of experiment. I've bought now, um I don't know, I've probably given these guys like $1,000, so I'd like to make some back from them. But my game plan is I'm going to wait for a go trend on the weekly chart, and then I'll buy it and I'll hold it until a no-go trend on the weekly chart. So a way to combine technical with fundamental analysis for those who struggle on the technical side of things, right? Or I guess not even struggle being a good word. Or people who are they want to quantify it, right? That could be another way to express that, in which instead of, oh, I'm not good at this, maybe you're somebody who has a hard time in the moment, I guess, staying out of, into, or out of trends. That would be a good, I think, a good use of this. Right, where you could say a simple rule in your trading going forward. If you're someone who finds yourself buying downtrends too often, a simple rule with this could be, right, I am only going to buy things that are showing uptrends based off go no go. That's like a simple rule that anyone could add immediately to their trading plan, and I think get overall better results, right? So then the scans we have again are things that are switching into goes. If you're trying to get early in that trend, we have oh, this one is my favorite. Gonna go and go pullbacks. This one is my favorite, in which it's showing stocks that have been light green for a period of time, or sorry, light blue for a period of time. So basically stocks that are still in uptrends, but for one reason or another haven't gotten to that strong trend zone yet. Right. So these are for me good ones to scan through and to hunt for, to see, because if they break higher, they're going to obviously switch into trends. And then for people who want to kind of wait for confirmation, things like AMC today, for example, right? It's been in this light blue trend for a while now, but now it's turning dark blue, and this could be a way to get that kind of confirmation move higher. Again, on things that you have some sort of idea or bias that you want to take a trade off of. And then yeah, even some people for intraday trading, right? So if we take a look at just the SPY, or let's go IWM, because it's been a ripper today. Right? I'm going to own IWM when it's blue, and then I'm going to get out when it turns orange or pink, and then I'm going to get back in when it's blue, and then I'm going to get out when it's orange or pink. Or even if I'm a revision to the mean guy, if I'm looking to short IWM right here, just because I think it's a little bit done on the day, if I just didn't short it when it was in an uptrend, right? So I'd get pinged a little bit here, but not too bad. And then maybe I'd make a little bit of money or get pinged a little bit in through here, but not too bad. And just a way to say, hey, the trend is up. It's time to get out. Um, wait for a shorter term trend to change. That's maybe a better way to trade. And that's why I've actually been using this a little bit. Let's actually move one of these to day trade. I've been playing with doing this with the AI and combining, you could call them, I guess, legacy scans with a 5-minute chart with our AI, right? So fate is very interesting here, right? I don't know if I would have bought it extended as it was, but now that it's pulled back and it's putting in a neutral to, weak uptrend. So I may look at this and say, hey, if it gets over 450 and it's still in that trend, then maybe that's the place to take a shot. KOSS, this is what Barry was talking about right before he took off there. Looking for it over 11, right? Again, no real follow through on this. But again, as long as it remains in this trend, but there's been a couple where it's, the AI says buy, and then I look at it and it's in a no-go trend, and I'll just ignore that trade. Now, essentially what you're doing at that point is you're saying any of the revision to the mean strategies that the AI has, you're just not getting involved in, right? So, go no go trend is obviously for trend traders, right? If you're a revision to the mean guy, then this isn't going to be your bag, right? And again, it's all up to you. It's all a personal preference thing. For me, I'm one in which I am very much a trend trader. Uh, I've done a lot of study and a lot of research and a lot of all that on trading with trends. So, having done that, that makes me very motivated to, right? I know the math behind trends. I know that over time trends persist. So that just makes my life easier to stick that way. But, I always testing things. I'm building systems for the revision to the mean. We talked about how I'm looking for a revision to the mean trade in UNG. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with revision to the mean trading. It's just another trading plan that you have to play with. You got to understand the ins and outs and rules behind and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, this Russell, man, just on fire. A great time to be alive as someone who will trade small caps, mid caps, large caps. Less fun if you're someone who just trades the mega caps. Talked about this one on Monday on Trader TV. MindMed seems to be doing well. Talked about this one on the podcast a few times. Broke and hold over that downtrend line, and then nice continuation. This is this is going to move a bit with the small caps just because it's in the small cap index. But an interesting little breakout there. And I'm looking at that 27% short float. there's a lot of really high short float names that are kind of looking interesting. This FTEL, whatever this is, for example, 32% short float and this massive move higher. If we break out of this, that could really get going. Actually, put an alert. Short squeeze. Play. No news required for trend trading. Nope. I don't know the news. I actively avoid looking at the news on purpose. I don't care. By the time the news is released and you have read it and processed it and understood what it meant, there are algorithms that have already AIs that have already dissected it and made a trade based off of kind of what they think. So, some people do it and do it well, and good for them. It's just not my game. I've never found any one that over the long run made a whole bunch of money by waiting for a breaking news event to hit and then taking a trade off it. I've just never found. No idea what this company does, but wicked uptrend, high short float. If that trend's going to persist, I'm going to take the trade and know that I'll be, 50-50 win rate. If I'm right, hopefully I'll make more than I'm wrong. On to the next trade.
And on that note, on to the next host in YouTube. How's that? What a
There you go,
segue.
Barry. What a your news anchor voice.
Yeah, well, I'm excuse me, I smoked a pack of cigarettes before I got on, and
Okay.
never. I've never smoked. I've never had a cigarette in my life. Amazing.
Good for you.
Yeah, I never. My mother smoked like a badly, and I never succumbed. Thank goodness. So anyway, Michael, I will thank you for spelling me for the hour, and we'll see you next
Absolutely.
week.
All right, I'll talk to you then.
Okay. Okay. Bye bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay, guys, back in both rooms now. And let me get rid of my announcement and get my music going. Uh, a little bit of scalping for me in the Zap, guys. Okay. It almost got up to, in fact, it did. It got up to, where's that PJ ready to pat himself on the back? Got up to 14, hit exactly 14 before it stalled. But as you know, I had my alert set at, what was my alert? I think it was 1150. No, I don't think it was that high or low. Yeah, the third. Yeah, I had another one down here, but anyway, not in it anymore. I may take a look later on if it takes out 14 again, because you can see that. I mean, let's just keep looking left. It's got that 1910 staring at us, and that's a daily chart. That is not a weekly chart. So I will put a price alert in that area. Well, this one now, has had a great 3 days or 4 days. This is the fourth day. AUR, this was an AI alert yesterday. So 3 days ago, this was a $3 stock. It is now a $5 stock. Now, Nyama, I know Michael was talking about not reading. Now, I do happen to like to see the news, okay? Now, when you're intraday trading, okay, because I want to see, especially in a bio, let's just sort of see, is this a sort of news that could maybe sustain something? Maybe if it doesn't, maybe after a while, it fades a bit and then comes back in the afternoon because of the type of news. That's all. So I don't mind looking at the news. I know what Michael's talking about, but I don't mind looking at the news, especially if I'm going to be intraday trading, which is basically all I do. Guys, the KOSS is still number one radar. Are you talking about LPA or LPLA, Daniel? I mean, there's no news if you're talking. Oh, you are talking LPLA. Okay, I haven't seen that one, have I? I don't think I've seen that one today. Anyway. Oh, I see. That's why it's a pretty big company in terms of price. Well, they have earnings next week. Yeah, I have no idea because most of a lot of the finance. Well, let's take a look at XLF. Yeah, I mean it's going against the trend. I mean the financials are still pretty strong. Yeah. Meanwhile, yeah, while I was on my break here, my goodness, as BuzzFeed just had a huge run, but now 359 and it pulls all the way back down to 3. So it got halted. Where did it get halted? I got halted at 329. Yeah, this would not have given me an opportunity. I mean, maybe now, but I don't like the big pullback. Ideally, what would have happened if I had been watching it? It gets halted at 329. Maybe it pops up to 330, 340, comes back down to 310, and then makes its way through 329 again. But for it to go all the way up to 360 and then all the way back down to 3, it makes it to me a little more volatile. Boy, this one has been just moving down steadily the last 6 days. So this is info. So back here on the 8th, this was a $31 stock down to 26. It broke down through the 200-day moving average 3 days ago, 3 and 4 days ago, and it continues to move down. Sava, I haven't seen Sava today, but let's take a look at Sava, a controversial Alzheimer. Yeah, it's having a good day. Actually, it's it's broken above that high there, 1313. And of course, it's got the room. You just got to be, I mean, this is a controversial one, I suppose. Not, I suppose. It's certainly a controversial one. But you can't dispute the fact it's had a nice couple of weeks and trying to crawl back. You guys were talking about WKHS. I saw a couple of people posting that one. So WKHS and 222. So that is the next high looking left. That's too close for me. And say I'm still. I've got costs thumbnailed. I've got some price alerts set on it. All right, so Schwab is now testing that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. It is testing it. I know I mentioned this one. I don't know how much further it went down. It might have dropped $2. Mentioned this one just as I was going on my break. Maybe not $2, maybe $1. Had the earnings. SGH had earnings. Great reaction, but now starting to fade somewhat. Another bank guy. So this one actually is not giving it up. So this is an earnings play today. Release earnings after hours yesterday. No big reaction. Market opens, and it really, I mean, it had a bit of a pullback, but still pretty strong bank, regional bank. I'm assuming a regional bank, SFBS. Another one that's having a good day is the STT. I mean, it's been a little choppy here, but ever since 11:45, it has been basically straight up, and it's an earnings play. STT, another good reaction to earnings for this bank. Even Bank of America has come all the way back. It looked like it was going to really fade, but I mean, it's been choppy, but it has come all the way back, a new high. Well, this Caribou still has room on the weekly chart, guys. CRBU still has some room on the weekly chart. 306 is the high. We're at 260 here. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on this one, CRBU. Nice off the bottom here last week, 155. Well, it's even nice on the weekly here. I mean, that again, the next high, 283 for WKHS. But here's the issue. Well, it just got through that 222. 225 now. And that's the WKHS, probably a low float. Yeah, pretty low float, 18.5 million in the float. All right, LVTX. Let's see what this one is doing. So this one is through the 200-day moving average, 207, a couple pennies above it. And looking left, it has 233. So it's got a little bit of room on the weekly chart, LVTX. I was looking to take a short on OUST. I'm glad I didn't. OUST. I was looking at as it was wending its way down here, but it's had a nice pop. Now, coming into that 10 SMA, will that hold it? And this is the OUST. Had a big day yesterday. Actually, it's had a few big days in a row. This is, and even, today it got made a high up to 1685, but then it has dropped down to 1542, a little bounce, but bouncing into that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Will it stall it? I refuse. If I don't, PJ's probably gone, but I refuse to think that cost is going to stay here for the rest of the day. Going to do one thing or the other. It's too volatile just to stay here. Well, where could this go? This AUR. I have to take a look at a monthly chart now, and boy, I can't even see it on a monthly. To back this out a bit. So the next 2 years ago, it got up to 654. So it's at 493 now. That's the AUR. Okay, guys, This banner is not completely correct. Okay, I do want to explain it, but you can sign up for the test drive and the contest. For whatever reason, they forgot to put when the test drive started. So, okay, so first of all, so the test drive will actually start on Friday, okay? And it'll cost $7.77, and that will run until a week the following Monday. So let me get a calendar up. So it starts on the 19th and it'll run to the 29th. Okay, 19th to the 29th. So that'll give you access to the full premium service, okay, for those days. And in between that is the contest, the stock picking contest. That will start next Wednesday, and it'll run to Thursday, or sorry, to Friday, 3 days. Now, the wrinkle on this one is that you can only trade the AI alerts. Okay, that doesn't mean, when you get the AI alert, you have to take it right at the entry price, or how you trade them will be up to you. It's just that you have to trade these symbols. Okay. Hopefully, we have a few more than just three, but yeah, you should be able to trade them both ways, Oliver. No, I can't imagine that we won't be able to, or you won't be able to. And just give me one moment. I'm going to ask the question. Okay, I'm just asked a question, okay? Because the other one, okay, guys, costs. The other one is, how many times can you trade it? Not like the last time, because if you only have three or four alerts on a day, I mean, you should be able to trade it as many times as you want. But I don't make the rules. Yes, you can. Okay, it's actually in the rules. Okay, thank you. It's in the challenge rules. There you go. That's all a guy has to do is read the rules, right, Pepe? So you can trade them either way. So even if the AI says, a potential long, you can short it if you want, or go long and then short it, and you can trade them as many times as you want. I'm assuming. Give me a moment. All right, guys. So LCFY, I do see that it has come back. I put an alert at 5. I say it's a little bit like the costs in terms of when you look left, you see this big giant topping tail. Not so much the topping tail with the cost, but just the fact that there is a something. Well, yeah, there are topping tails actually. Just something to shoot for. Boy, this cost just looks like it. I think maybe this time, if it takes out 11, 10, 15, it might get really rocking. Oh, look at the LCYF, guys. LCYF. LCYF. Of course, it's won 9 races now. And some volume. You can kind of see a little volume bar right there on the 15-minute chart. At least it's visible, as opposed to something that's kind of buried into the bottom here. You can see it. Ooh, 499, 499. This is the LCFY. Now, it may do the same sort of thing as COS has done, get into these areas and then just fall, but let's see. Okay, guys, I have to look at this one. DCF is popping up here. DCF. And this has got, well, can't see anything on the daily chart or the weekly chart. Spread is not great. But let's take a look at the monthly on DCF. Where could it go? Yeah, so 917. So there are some highs, February of 2022, and then the month before, January. Some highs in the current area. So getting back to the test drive and all, okay? So what you're doing here, if you sign up, which is basically what you're doing is you're pre-registering, okay? No data until Friday. So you're pre-registering, okay? And again, you'll have access to the full premium service. Now, if you are a premium subscriber right now, you are automatically entered into the contest. If you want to be, you have to sign up into it. But I mean, you don't have to pay the $777. Okay. If you're a standard subscriber and you want to have access to the premium and take part in the contest, it will cost a $777. But what you would do, of course, is do it by Friday, so you have access to the program for Friday to the following Monday, 19th to the 29th. All right, guys, LCYF. Again, watching it, trying to hold that 5. It's a bit of a spread right now. 5, 5, 10. And of course, the float is so low, 1 million in the float. Australian stock. How often do we have contests? Well, we haven't had one for a while. So, I mean, at one point, I think we had 3 in a row, but we haven't had one for a while. So there's no fixed, the question in our YouTube room, how often do we have contests? There's no fixed sort of calendar. It's not like every 2 months, every 3 months. It's, I really don't know how they determine when they're going to have a contest anymore. I was hoping they would have one once a month, but they didn't want to do that anymore. So, boy, this LCFY, come on. Get over 5 and hold. Right now we're at 495, 504 bid ask. And of course, the attraction is that it did hit 524 earlier. All right, while I'm waiting, PSNL, another one, cheap one, another one that just had a ripping day. Now, this is a trend. Straight the heck up. 165, 218, straight up. No pullbacks at all. Not that pullbacks are bad. I don't expect things to have to necessarily go straight up. But what you don't want to see is giant red candles. But this PSNL, seen this one many times now over the last few weeks. Okay, are you through? Are you through 5? Oh, jeez. All right, guys. So yeah, so I will not be. The room will not be open until 4 today. William has to take off, or he's already taken off quite a while ago. So when I leave, anywhere between 2:30 and quarter to 3, that's it for the day. So another 40 minutes or 50 minutes or so left. Come on, traders are looking at last week. That's what it did. It got up to 11:45 or 11:22. That's what they're looking at. 11:23. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but you know what, Shady? He called it yesterday. He said it would get to 14. Okay, so yeah. Okay, he called it yesterday. I don't want to start like I'm going to delete that. Okay, I mean he did call it yesterday. Maybe you didn't see it. I don't want to get into it. I don't want to get into it. Okay. What have I been saying? What have I been saying? Draw LCFY. What have I been saying? Probably okay. I stand corrected. Well, there's the chart. Man, oh man. Well, I liked Grail earlier. I know it made where was it? It was made a not a, well, it made a high during the day. I know that GRAL. Yeah, I mean this is not quite the lifetime high. Again, this is that spin-off from Illumina. Well, this has got some room on a weekly chart anyway, guys. It's VCYT. So we're at 2502. The next high is 2507. But after that, the next high is 2659. Sticking my alert right around 2513 and see if it takes that out. LC, yeah, again, LCFY. There you go. Just does not want to hold 5 so far. And I'm continuing to wait on the costs to see if it later on takes out 11. Boy, Joby's had a great run. This is a vertical takeoff and landing. Wow, what a great run. 520, now 756. All right, well, let's take a look here. VCYT. All right, let's see if VCYT has any legs at all. It's kind of extended, of course, but I want to see over 25. It's got the room. At least it's got some room. 2659. Can it hold over 25? That's my big deal. Can it hold over 25? Yeah, I'm surprised with the way cost is trading. It's so volatile that I would have thought it would either completely give it up by now or start to move. But it's just kind of hanging between that 1040 to 1070 mark on such a volatile stock. I've seen this ARBK the last couple of days. Yeah, I saw this all day yesterday. ARBK. So it's a crypto play. Okay, it's a crypto play. Haven't you really looked at crypto? So yeah, crypto's up 1,000, getting back close to that 65,000 mark. All right, give me a moment, guys. Just a little stretch break. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, costs, man, that doesn't look good now. Breaking it down. Not shortable for me, I don't think. Yeah, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. That doesn't look that good anymore, guys. I'm not saying a thing. Kelia. I say that quickly. Kelia, Kelly Services. Boy, I haven't seen this one. Remember, we used to see this one a lot years ago anyway. KELYA, one of the few five symbol tickers. 2243 is the next high. Lemonade, LMND, Lemonade Inc. What do they do? I can't remember what they do. Insurance, okay. Another one. You're right. I mean, on a daily, $16 not that long ago, 22 now. Come on, give me one more pop. All right, Schwab, after that little pull up, I think Shady's still in this one, maybe. I'm sure he must be. And just not quite an all-time, not quite a low of the day. It takes out 68, and it still has that room down here, 66, 67. It might have been lost in translation. Yes. All right. Yay, one worked. VCYT. Not going to get greedy on it. Oh yeah, there's the NAAS. That was a good trade for me early. It's got stalled right at that 450 mark, a little bit above it. 456 to be exact. I think somebody mentioned this MIR earlier. It might have been MUR, but look at this MIR. I don't think I've really seen this one before. Mirion Technologies. Look at this move here since 115. Wow. 11, it looks bigger than it is, but still not bad. 1125 to 1154. All right, one more pop. I'll get a little more greedy on the VCYT. Hey, Dak, just out of curiosity, do you still get the stock scores? Maybe you can't hear me. I know sometimes you have me on mute. In fact, I think you have me on mute all the time. Oh, you don't. Oh, so you don't. You are listening. I read it just to see what his ideas are on specific stocks. He only has about three or four, and of course, I discount the Canadian ones. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, that's what I do. I don't subscribe to stock stores scores either. Just the the weekly newsletter or the market minutes. Yeah. Wow. Okay, guys, look at this NAS now. Well, next high looking left, 480. I'm not in it. I'm not in it. He'll never do it, Dak. Wow, NAS guys, NAAS, just ripping here now. Look at the volume that came in. I'm not in it. The next high looking left is 480. If it breaks through 480, the next high is 550. Okay, guys, I've got about half an hour left. Okay. Oh, yeah. VCYT. Sorry. Shameless cheerleading on it now. Yeah, I don't know what a scanner tool would be like, Dak, to be honest. I mean, I don't know well, of course, I haven't been there for years and years and years. I'm sure it's improved. But yeah, I would never use TradeStation. Sorry, guys. Dak and I are, believe it or not, go way back. Way back. Oh man, guys, this is giving me way more. I wish I hadn't took a lot off already, but no, not to Montreal. No, 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 no. Just where was I living? In Vancouver. Dak was still in BC somewhere. Never met. We've never met, though we have talked once on the phone a long time ago. XRP, okay, Sean. I have no crypto. The only crypto news, and I think when I posted that in our Slack thread yesterday. So I guess the ETFs. I want to say June 23rd. Hmm. The ETFs for Ethereum ETH are due to launch. I think I read the 23rd. Yeah, Chilliwack, right? Um, yeah, so that'll be interesting for Ethereum ETH. Yeah, I know you can trade Ethereum in the pinks, but this gives it, I guess, the legitimacy that happened when all those Bitcoin ETFs emerged. Yeah, I know you can trade. I know you can trade it now, but once you get all those ETFs coming in from, I don't know who's going to do it, BlackRock, etc. I don't know who's going to be launching them. This gives it a little more security, I suppose, or opens it up more, maybe. Okay, guys. Well, I guess the only real thing I'm looking at again is the LCFY. LCFY. See if it takes out 5 again later on. So hovering just underneath. Fast and Fav. Believe it or not, I used to trade those back in 2008, 2007, 8, 9. Fast and Faz. Boy, they were crazy back then, of course, with all the banks. Hey guys, totally out of the VCYT now. Yeah, I have it thumbnailed right here, the Zap. Yeah, I know nothing about it, Shaw. I know nothing about Ethereum compared to Bitcoin. That is another realm. All right. Well, let's keep an eye. I want to keep an eye on this one very closely. Okay, so there it did hit this, but now big one right here, 14. So that was kind of a pre-alert just to let me know that it's getting close to 14. So when you say you're not hopeful for the ETH, you mean you don't think they're going to launch, or you don't think they're going to be that well received? I'm talking to Shaw in our YouTube room. Because I don't think there's any question they're going to be launched. Okay, guys, real close. 1402, 1414 bid ask now. Is that? It's all about looking left up here, $19. That's it. Nobody's saying it's getting there, but that's, that's the attraction. Come on. It's still a bit of a struggle at 14. 1396, 1411 bid ask now. Yeah, 1402, 1405, 1420. Just need that bid to catch up. No fair cheering? Okay. All right. Well, let's see if it works here, guys. Yeah, I don't know programming at all when it comes to that sort of stuff, Shaw. Shoot, even VCYT came right back up. Not in it anymore, but all right, come on. The volume is picking up. It's good news. The volume is picking up for the Zap. And then it dropped. Well, man, it's all over the place. Yeah, the float is on, can be your friend or your your enemy for sure. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I just have to pay attention. There you go, dip buyer. So yeah, so a lot of big guys going to be launching their ETF, their ETH ETFs. Shoot, look at that VCYT. I should have. That was a lot easier. Guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. Okay, I'll pop back on the mic if I see a question, but otherwise, I'm just going to put myself on mute. I'll be taking off in about 15 minutes or so anyway, but I'll put myself on mute. I'm going to concentrate. All right, guys. I guess I didn't put myself on mute, but didn't say any bad words, so that's good. Okay, you said Cipher, S-I or CIFR is a new high of the day. Okay. This our ARBK coming right into the 200-day moving average now. No, I have no idea what I've typed in there. No idea. Okay, come on. One more pop. Yes. Okay. Sorry, guys. Okay, well, that wasn't, I wouldn't call that fun. Okay. I mean, but now it's fun. The zap. I wouldn't call that fun at the beginning. It just did not want to really take out that 14 in a big way. I kept I had my finger on the submit button many times. Whew. And a lot of that is because I had too many shares, guys. I mean, if I had a wire stop, fewer shares, wouldn't have been quite as anguishing. But anyway, all's well that ends well. I don't even care anymore, Todd. It's at the VWAP. I didn't even look. 13 is the VWAP. No, it isn't. Costs? Oh, cost. Excuse me. I thought you were talking. Wow, zap. I thought you were zapping me here. Um, I don't care about costs right now, but let's take a look. The VWAP is 1047, so 1043. Yeah, maybe tomorrow. But the thing about the other one, the Zap, it had some news. I don't know if there's any real news on cost. Now, it did have some news, I think, a couple of weeks ago, something to do with their. Can't remember what the news was, but I think they did actually have some news. It's all about the volume, guys. Look at the volume with Zap. They won a race too. The last race, all about the volume. Look how the volume was increasing here. Look at this 50. If you look at my 15-minute chart, you see how the volume is increasing. Time is at now 2:20. I mean, this still has 10 minutes to close. This conceivably could be the biggest volume bar of the day. The biggest volume bar of the day so far is a 12:45 bar, but this has 10 minutes to close. So And don't forget about the LCFY. It could take out 5 in a big way also. LCFY, if you're going to be trading later. Cheering does work sometimes, Jason. But that's why I had to put myself on mute, guys. I had to really follow this as best I could without any distraction. And I'm talking about the Zap. You know what else is having another nice, I mean, inferior compared to the other ones, but Ango, another high right here. This is an earnings play. Oh, you're back, William. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. So William is back, guys. So William will keep the room open until 4 o'clock. Thank you for that. So I'll be taking off in about well, minimum of 7 minutes. Okay. I'll always stay if there are questions, but usually between 2:30 and quarter to 3 now. So William will keep the room open. He's back. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I am just keeping an eye on the Zap. Look at this VCYT. I mean, the VCYT is way easier than the Zap was, believe me. Not quite as dramatic, but I guess I'll get rid of the message on mute. Okay, guys, so about 5 minutes. So if you have any questions, good time. Again, I'll stay later if there are more questions. So if you have any questions about anything, uh, your math is a little bit off there, Dak. 11:30. If I take off at 2:30, 11:30 my time. Okay, YouTubers. So I will put the link to get into the main room. If you do want to keep talking about stocks, etc., the room will be open until 4 o'clock. So if you click on my homepage link, that I'm going to put in the room. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So right where it says trading room, you can click on that and then you'll get into the main room. Okay. I call it the main room. Oh, I see. I see. I see. When you say your day is done, I gotcha. I thought you meant literally my day, not the royal your you. I get it now. Okay, Guy. LPLA. I know Daniel was looking at that one a long time ago. LPLA. That was just drifting down. Man, it's a big move. Actually, you know what? This is a fairly low float. 74 million in the float for a stock that's $242. That's a pretty low float in my opinion. Don't see any new. Like I know you were asking, was there any news on it? You couldn't find any news on it. I can't find any either. Don't have earnings until next week. On pace for its largest percent decrease since March of 2023. That is for the LPLA. Guys, LCFY. LCFY is making another overture at that 5 level, and it's over that 5 level. 524 is the high of the day. Of course, the high yesterday was 519, so it's got to take that out. The 200-day moving average. You know what? It's far enough away. It's 574. That is far enough away that if it gets anywhere close to that, that'd be really good. Okay, guys, are there any other questions? I'll hang around for one more minute just to see if anybody posts any questions. Otherwise, I'm going to take off. Again, I'll just, in case there aren't any more questions, thanks for all the help all day long, as always. So YouTubers, I will have to shut you down. I did put, so if you click on my homepage link, you'll see near the top right, there will be a link for the trading room if you want to head over to the main room. And I don't see any questions, so I think I'll take off now. So we'll see you guys. I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time in the morning, of course. So have a great evening and we'll see you tomorrow. Stopping the screen sharing now. And muting myself in the main room. And now I'm shutting down YouTube.